I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like certain things are gonna. There's truths that we can see, and then there's certain things that people experience that like can't be experienced. So obviously, I'm gonna say that maybe.
Well, I'm going to give you a hint. There is a very specific reason. And around 1850, the zeitgeist changed. There was an invention that suddenly was making people appear semi-transparent. And it was, who's going to say it in chat?
Is it television?
In 1850?
I don't know. Shit, I ain't that smart.
No, no, no. Who's going to say it? Who's going to say it? Let me see. Camera. Crystal. Hi, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, the photography was invented. And what happened is when the first photographs were being made, it wasn't like now. It wasn't on film. It was on these like, well, not, now it's digital. It wasn't digital. It also wasn't film. It was like on these metal plates. And you had to pour collodion mixture on it, and like this stuff like silvers and mercury were involved. It was like really toxic and dangerous to do. I've done it, and that's why I know about this. And then you mix it around on the plate and you put it in the camera, and you have to put the exposure on, like open the lens of the camera for a long time because the stuff wasn't very sensitive to light. So it took a long time. So people had to stand really still and like sit there for like 30 seconds at least and get your picture taken, which is why pictures of back then, no one's smiling. No one thought to smile because it was too hard to like hold a smile for that long. Like it was too weird. So what happened was if you move halfway through that, then the picture shows the semi-transparent, half invisible, see-through version of you. And it's very eerie. It's super creepy. And so, people started to realize that it looked so eerie that they attributed that effect to ghosts. And it changed what we think of as ghosts just because of this like purely technological invention. Sorry for talking so long.
Yeah,
It's super fascinating. It's a really cool, like interesting part of history that changed how we think of the supernatural.
yeah, but at the same time, right? Basically, in a short lump sum, you're saying we think what we see. So, with that being said, yes, people would.
No, reverse
Um,
that. We see what we think.
right. Okay. So we see what we think. Right.
Sometimes,
So
yeah.
okay. So that's your explanation of it. So basically,
Or well, here's the alternative. The other
how would you?
alternative is that it
But then
is the
how did
case
you
that
see?
ghosts were always semi-transparent, but it wasn't until photography was invented that like suddenly we started to get it right. Like that doesn't really make sense, right?
Right, because technically we can't really say that's true because then we would have to experience the culture of the 1850s and
Yeah.
before that.
Well, and everyone else before that was like seeing ghosts wrong. Like they were really seeing ghosts, but they thought they were thick. Or like maybe coincidentally something happened at 1850 when photography was invented. In the spirit realm, it also became the case that they all became like sort of see-through. Like that's just too weird of a coincidence, and also like I mean, come on, right?
That's what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
So like that ghost or what you seen would still have somewhat a God complex because then it would say that your brain has the ability to project something that it was taught, even if it's not there, which somehow has the characteristics of what we know to be God.
Okay. And
All right.
I mean, I get like if you want to call anything that you don't like fully comprehend just to like say, yeah, that's God, because I say it is, then I guess I can't beat you. Like I could take a shit on the rug and say that's God, and you can't really like say otherwise. But you're
Man
just like
ass.
naming things God. You're not actually proving what we all actually mean when we use the
No, I'm
word
not saying
God.
that it's God. I'm just saying, wouldn't that technically say that like there's a God complex somewhere?
What do you
Because
mean by
if I'm
God comp? What is it like? I don't understand what you mean by that.
so like what we know to be definitions of God, everybody has different definitions of God, right? Like Hercules is a God, Satan is technically considered a God, and they all have characteristics. Like Zeus is supposed to be known as to like be controller of lightning. God that we're taught in like Christianity is supposedly has this characteristic of creating miracles, like doing work, just things that we can't necessarily explain, naturally explain, right? So
Yeah.
my thing is this: with those characteristics, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Greek, whatever you believe in, technically, okay, let's say that there isn't a God, but there has to be some God complex, because if I'm able to see an
You're
image,
saying the word God complex again, and that's what I don't. That's the thing I wanted you to define for me. I'm not saying you're not using it right. I just don't know what you mean by it.
okay, so like when I say God complex, it's like you have the some type of buildup of what God is. Like, if I was to say you have a basketball player complex, when I look at you, I would see, oh, you look like you resemble a basketball player, or you show the characteristics of what a basketball
Okay.
player is.
Okay. Yeah. I just when I hear the word like God complex, I think of that as something that you tell someone who like abuses power. You know, like
Oh
that's
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
if
Nah,
a
nah.
boss who's it's like, oh, this guy in their God complex, like they think they're the ruler of everything. Like that's what and maybe that's why I was confused, because that's what I was thinking of. But you're saying like when we like if we see something sort of unknown, it has similar attributes to these mysteries that have been described in the past.
That contribute to the explanation of God. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm
Um,
saying, so within the caption, wouldn't that and your explanation of life, however you view God, that might be wrong, but wouldn't that still state or mean that there is some type of God complex within life?
no, I mean, I think like metaphorically, but you were saying like so technically it doesn't. I think it's very the much the opposite of technically. Technically, they're wrong. It isn't a god. That's just not the right word for it. They're just putting that word to other things. Whereas metaphorically, maybe you could say like, aren't we all sort of godlike? And isn't it the case that just that if I think that a god is made of wood, and then I see a tree, that is that god, like I guess you could say metaphorically, but it's not really true. Like it's just a tree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying, so even still, based off of that dream, didn't it feel real?
Momentarily, yeah, but it wasn't. That's the point. Yeah.
So like you felt, when you felt yourself getting up, walking, you felt yourself leaving the room, like you, but you were in bed the whole time.
Yeah, I think you can be scared of things that aren't real.
No, I'm not saying that you were scared. I'm just
Oh, I
saying.
was. I know. I'm telling you, like, I was
Oh,
experiencing emotions. I was
yeah,
scared. I had a shiver. That's why I said I was brave to go out there, because being brave is when you feel scared but you do it anyway, right? That's like what bravery like means.
right.
And I did, and I went out and I was scared and I was having lots of emotions, and I was like a little bit shaken, and like I said, I was like my worldview was a bit scrambled because I didn't believe in ghosts, and now I suddenly felt like I had to. And then later I was like, oh, now that I've calmed down and my adrenaline stopped moving, I can think more rationally about this. It wasn't a ghost. Everything's fine, and I don't have to worry about it. And maybe for a week or two, you peek over at your door and just double check and see if you see it again, and then you don't, and everything's fine. But did you have anything like more specific to a specific god that you want to add? Because I do have some other people in the guest box who want to get more
Uh,
specific.
Not really. I just wanted to say that I do believe God like does exist, but I just like it's just hard to explain, because it's hard to explain things that you don't necessarily have a either a vocabulary for, or like evidence
Hmm.
to show. So
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, that's definitely true. And I do try to like I know like we all talk really fast up here. But if there's anything like just like earlier when you said God complex and I had to like let's stop it down and make sure I like fully understand this. I think that stuff is really important to do in these kind of conversations and make sure that we like are really getting each other with what we mean. Because
Yeah.
sometimes we're flustered or we say things we don't exactly mean. But all right, Papa. Well, I'm going to move on to our next guest here. But thanks for coming by.
All good.
Disconnecting Papa. He came up saying, "I agree with you that God doesn't exist, but here's why He does," and then didn't get very specific with any. Hold on one
Howdy,
second.
howdy.
I'll be right with you. I just have to like block a quick creep in the chat. Okay,
Keep up the good work, blocking creeps.
blocking all creeps.
Uh,
So I block creeps.
you know,
Yeah.
I feel like the heart of what I
Wait, first,
want.
how old are you? Sorry.
Over 18, is that the right answer? Because I'm 33.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I prefer like over 30 to be honest. Crystal, I thought I did. Okay, hold on. Let me make someone a mod.
But yeah, when I'm auditioning, I'm like, how old are you? Over 18. I'm
Oh,
like,
are you an actor?
yeah. Well, I mean, yes. I guess I convey the emotions and I imagine realities and try to channel it. But yeah, I mean, right now, I am not a working actor.
Beautifully said. No, most actors aren't always working. No, acting is a. I used to work in television. It's a in and out kind of a job. You do stuff, you do a gig, and then you take a break and you
Yeah,
go on unemployment. I know.
yeah. I mean, I might be there soon. That's
I know it well. Are you a believer in God?
so. In a sense, yes, but it's more. I think honestly, the reason that I wanted to come live was to talk about the idea of evil existing. That was
Yeah,
also where my focus wanted to go more so because when I think of the word evil, I think it is a word that points to basically human preference about what we despise and what we are disgusted by. Like
yeah,
evil is the thing that we just don't like. So of course, when I'm reading that, it's like our preferences exist. We as human beings have these preferences. We view things as, oh, I like this. This is good. But I grew up in a village in West Africa, for instance, where just the way that like they treat young girls as property to be married off as children, that happens, and it's not considered evil because it's just normal. Whereas here, if that happened, those
yeah. It
people would
is
be
by
in
me.
jail.
I would for sure consider that evil.
Right.
Or
So
actually, no, maybe I wouldn't. But because my concept of evil is about intent, and so like there's sort of a difference between manslaughter and homicide, right? And I
yeah,
think that although I think that what they're doing there is really, really, really bad, and it's fucked up and it's immoral, and I hate it.
yeah,
I don't know if evil's the right word for that because they might think that what they're doing is good, dumbly. They might like incorrectly think that what they're doing is good, right? I think for me, evil is when it's like, I know that what I'm going to do is cause harm. I know that what I'm going to do is going to make you like either emotionally stressed or physically pained, and I'm doing it anyway because I want to. Like that's to me like the heart behind it, like the motive behind it is what makes it evil. Like hate crime is pure evil. You know what I mean?
well, and so I'm a vegetarian, so sometimes when I think about
Baps, me too, dude.
well, so like, we may have this sense of, oh, it's evil to look at a being that's alive and then to go, but we wouldn't probably think a hawk or a lion is evil because there's a sense that, like, I guess the demonic in animals, like the lion going for the baby antelope, it's literally just trying to eat. It's like, oh, I can take this snack. I'm gonna end this life. Like, I have a sense that that's actually kind of like it is evil. Like it is kind of like, but
Well,
I don't hold them to the same standard as I do humans because they're not sentient. And but
of course not. Look, I mean, there are some animals that are cognitive enough to display what very much seems to be ethics. They seem to like work together. Social creatures mostly, like the orcas and the chimps and the crows and the elephants. Really do seem to have not just morals, but like deep emotional ties to each other in a way where you can like see them show empathy for each other. In like a surprising way and a very deep way. But as far as like being capable of like evil the way that we are, not yet. Maybe I don't quite see that yet. I think it's coming, right?
you think
And
they'll
I don't think it's like purely humans only. Like I bet it was the case that there were some like super evil Denisovian people or Neanderthal. You know what I mean? Like there was probably some really fucked up ones of those too. Who knows? I guess we don't know. We
but
might have
even
been the
then,
evil ones.
if we sink into it, like, don't we think that like, so okay, if you're a child that doesn't have a lot of love, you're not given a ton of support, you may end up becoming evil. But it just
Yeah.
we're such a malleable creature within the first like 8 years of our life, especially that a part of me is like, I like, obviously I want to stop adults from doing heinous crimes and things, and I understand that's what the intent of the laws and social accountability. Like, I get it. I'm just really, I'm not saying that I think that the word evil, in the same way that the word God, do point to some sort of facet of something that's true for our experience. But the more that I think about how harsh this world is, and how, like, honestly, I've been like just weeping a lot lately. I'm just like, I can't stay mad at people
Yeah.
for very long, even if they are literally demonic and terrifying and horrible, because I just know that they got that way because of their environment on some level.
Yeah. And I mean, metaphorically demonic, I'm with you. Right.
That's what I mean. That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean.
yeah. So, and I mean, I think you and I, like, it sounds like we agree on a lot of stuff. You might want to be applying words to it for different reasons than I do. I just think that, like, like, I don't think there's a supernatural evil force out there. I just think that we are capable of doing evil enough to call it that. We're capable of doing bad enough things to call it the word evil, right? When we do shmenicides and child grapes, not you, me, we, but we,
Our
humanity. I
species.
don't know what you do. I don't know what you do in your spare time. Are you into shmenicide? What do I know? No, I'm just kidding. There is a warning here that I might do jokes, by the way. Hey, real quick, for anyone who wants to chat with me, I know the chat is moving really fast here. There's more people here than I can handle. I wish you would all leave. I'm terrified. But I am in my Discord over here. I'm sorry, I'm also kind of verklempt here. So if you go into here, you might be, or into my thing, you might be able to click the link to my Discord. You might have to copy paste it into something. It's always a little finicky. But I'm seeing that, and also Sarah's in here talking to herself. So if you guys want to go keep her company, she would really appreciate. I've been chatting with her a little bit over here. Sorry for just a little bit of a housekeeping there. So Caleb, let me ask you just more specifically: is there a God that you believe in, like a specific God, or do you think maybe you're trying to think of how the word God might apply to something else?
So I'm a missionary kid, so there's a lot of exposure to the Christian God, but the God that I think I do believe in is the Creator God. Like, I would call it Creator, just because there's a sense that we are. There's an I am, the I amness, that I think that's what the Old Testament is trying to say. That decision to be on, or for the universe to become, to me, that's sort of like the God energy, but it's not necessarily personified. Like, I don't think I
Yeah.
have an image.
Look,
So
when you use the word like creator being or something like that, you escape almost all of my atheistic logical arguments. Not like, I still don't think that that's quite the case. I don't think there was a creator of the universe. I definitely don't think that a mind had anything to do with the like development of the early universe. That seems ridiculous to me. But I'm sorry,
not
I'm
like
trying
a
to.
mind like ours, because we are an eruption from it.
Sure. I mean, I don't think like any type of mind. I think like natural processes
You
where
don't
like,
think that there was some sort of like intention or
nah, not at
consciousness?
all. No way.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
see no evidence of it. And we see
Not
very
even us.
clearly, like nature begets nature, right? Like we can see trees make other trees. Would you say a tree created another tree? Like, I mean, in addition, with the help from like gravity that made the seed fall, the water that was involved, whatever birds brought around fertilizer, like there's a combination of ecosystem that happens. But the main thing is that the one tree made the other tree. But I wouldn't say that the first tree was a creator or had any intent behind it. And we see volcanoes make rocks, but I don't see that they're like, like volcanoes underground thinking this is going to be a great rock. Let's put this one together, right? And so I don't see. I see it way more likely to be the case, and just based off of like how much late into the game of the universe we showed up, even that all this natural stuff was happening and just kind of has been happening for eternity, and natural processes are what kind of like make things continue to stir
You
in
don't
the
believe
cosmos.
in the Big Bang sort of notion that you don't
Oh yeah,
believe.
no, absolutely. I think the Big Bang is like plays a major role in why in space expanding, but I don't think it was the origin of anything. The Big Bang just describes that like space is pretty big. It used to not be very big, and it's getting wider right now.
So,
That's all
but
that it really is.
I thought that, I guess my understanding was like scientists basically, and I don't know exactly how they came to this conclusion. I think it's some sort of like cosmic noise. They've discovered some sort of like, they've been able to track somehow with tools what they believe is like the original sound that the universe has made, or the original.
You mean like the cosmic microwave background type stuff?
I think that's so. Again, as I'm trying
Yeah.
to understand where this theory came from, I mean, so like a religious person might say God made it, and a scientist says, oh yeah, we see that there was like this original state for like this universe, and I'm like, oh, so to me, like that onness,
So
that.
if you look closely at like papers, scientific papers talking about the Big Bang, or like how they're worded, sometimes like in videos and short descriptions of things, people slip up and say stuff, but usually they'll say, what we know about the universe is that the very early universe was like this. It was smaller and hotter, because it was more compact. It was like smaller, hotter, brighter, bigger, faster, stronger, whatever the fitter, happier, more productive kind of thing goes. But they don't say at the that the Big Bang started the universe. Like before the Big Bang, here's how it started. Here's what set off the universe, because we don't know that. That doesn't seem to be the case. Even it seems like before that it was smaller, and then it was bigger again, and then it was probably smaller again, and then probably bigger again. And there's like a lot of theories that eventually it'll get really, really big, and then gravity will sort of start to work again in a way that pulls everything back together, and we'll just do this again and again and again. So like you got to like read into it really carefully. The Big Bang is just describing expansion, not origin.
So, but you don't like, okay, because some people do argue this, so I shouldn't say that it doesn't happen. But this experience that we're having right now, you and I talking, the present moment, like it's happening. For me, it's happening, though other people suggest this is just some sort of like play or some sort of dance of energy.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like, they're both, regardless, they're if it's a dance of energy and just some sort of illusion, and there's really some other realm that we're gonna pop back, like to me it doesn't really matter, because
Yeah.
what is. So whether God exists or evil, or like, to me, I just feel this obligation to basically respond, because I kind of feel like this little self-concept was sort of forced here by my ancestors' breeding.
Absolutely.
And I'm
No,
just like,
horniness is the result of many lives. And I'll let you know this, and then I'm going to move on to the next guest, because we're looking for people who believe in a more traditional God here. Because I don't think you're the problem with society. The next guest might be, though. I think you're cool. Um, but I do hold great reverence to the processes of nature. It might be meaningless since nature is indifferent and doesn't know that I do this. But in a weird way, we are the cosmos knowing itself. We're a fragment of the universe here, and we have these brains and minds that work. So when I write about nature, I use a capital N. Not going on a hike nature. I don't care about. I mean, I like going on hikes. It's neat. But I'm talking about like physics and the nature of the cosmos. I use a capital N, just like people use a capital G with God when they're referring to the God instead of lowercase gods. And nature doesn't know I do that, but it does give me a little bit of like, yeah,
well,
that was
the
that was
part of
good.
nature that is you does know.
Absolutely. And so like it does like kind of work in a weird way. But it's also like if I didn't, that'd be fine too. It doesn't matter that much. I wouldn't go to hell about it. It's just kind of a nice gesture to do, and it reminds me of like I am like grateful that I'm here to the whatever got me here. I'm down with that. I just don't think it was a god. I think it was a process. It's not as sexy to to call it a process instead of a being. Like no one's like thinks processes are cool ever, but I do. So that's just me.
It's an intense world. I'll give you that. Ups and downs. But thanks for chatting. Have a good rest of your hosting experience.
Absolutely, Caleb, and take care. And now he is banned forever. I'm just kidding. I just love saying that for some reason. I'm going to talk to the Axel Foley. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. If you're here, if you're joining us, I think maybe tap the screen. I'm supposed to set a gift goal. I don't know how to do that. It doesn't matter that much, though. We'll figure it out. We have another guest here, but hey, what do you guys think of the new background? I have been working on trying to make my words fit in a way where they're actually not covered by me, and also hopefully not covered by all the TikTok bullshit that they put up here. So let me know if you can see it. If something looks really weird, let me know, like in the Discord or something, or take a screen grab. I know everyone's screen is different, but I'm sorry, Axel, 1 second. I'll get to that. I did go through and update the old ones. So I have this black bar now, and we can, see them a little bit clearer. And they all have the warning that I might do jokes because some people get mad about that. But it might happen. Axel, how old are you and what religion are you? Axel Foley. Axel. We'll play some background music while we wait for him. This was the loop I made just at the beginning of the stream. But it doesn't have a bass line yet. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Came in a little harsh on that. Axel, where are you? Come on, Axel. There you are.
Oh, hey, how's that?
The beat just dropped and you're finally here?
My bad, dude.
No, it's all good. What's up? Hey, how old are you and what's your religion?
I am 30.
And what's your religion?
I guess I'm kind of like agnostic. This is the honest answer.
Okay. Do you lean a certain way or something? Or do you just like have literally no clue about anything?
Yeah, I would say that in relation to like the title on the screen, like evil existing, like I'm not sure what that actually means.
Sure. So in general, this is a critique against like monotheistic Abrahamic God. So the type of God that is all good, all knowing, all powerful, and usually all present as well, along with some of the other alls. That type of God can't exist. It's the argument of evil, but written in just 2 words, 3 if you count the nt as a word in the contraction there.
Okay. So I don't remember who the author was where I read this specifically, but the overall theme of his book was that there is no such thing as, quote unquote, the problem of evil. And the sort of conclusion of his book was that whatever you think that is, you can always boil it down to a conjunction between what you expect the world to be and how the world actually is. And his point was that applies to every worldview, including agnosticism, even monotheism too. You kind of included it in that, like even monotheists who agree in this idea of, quote unquote evil. You can always boil it down to the world is one way. I expect it to be this way. But the problem with that is everyone has a different expectation of what the
Sure,
world
but
ought
it's in so it's
to
in
be like, right?
the way that
In other
the argument
words,
against ego
the
works,
problem of
it
evil doesn't
only is
exist,
as a argument. It's an internal critique. So
right?
the way it works is like if, for example, you said you believed in a all good, all powerful, all knowing God, then that was all good. The all good part of it is what you think goodness is. And so if I can find I don't need to know what good is at all. I can test that. I can quiz you a little bit and say, well, do you think that watching somebody do like grape to a child and that you could make it stop, but you're not stopping it, is that good or bad in your view? And you would of course say, no, of course that's bad. That should never be done. That's always bad. And I would say, well, if God is everywhere and all knowing, then that is, and all powerful and able to stop it, then that is what God is doing, which means you've said God is doing a bad thing now, according to your view of bad. So your belief is the one being attacked by your own views. So I don't have to have any like I could be like completely amoral and have just like no view of it and just be, it's a quiz about like what you believe and showing that it doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. It equals a contradiction.
Well, okay, except like
So
when
that
I
guy's
read
paper that book was bullshit is what I was just trying to get. That's the short answer.
well, but he actually kind of applied it to monotheists too, because he didn't sort of believe in the idea that because I guess I kind of get where you're coming from, but he sort of put monotheists in the same boat, right? That even they ultimately, when you press them enough, because we're all human, right? And
I don't
they
think
don't have
anyone has a
access to
perfect
universal
worldview.
knowledge,
Yeah.
for example, right? So even monotheists themselves, sure, they act from like a objective, quote unquote, point of view, but when you really push them on it, it always boils down to the same thing. And I guess he kind of puts everybody in the non-cognitivist viewpoint, where even if you're a monotheist, there is no way you could know what is objective, because you're a human mind,
Yeah.
which is finite. And the only way you could know what is objectively true is if you have access to like objective knowledge, which you and mine has, right? Because we're all
Yeah, I don't
finite
think it
minds.
exists. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Axel, look, you're preaching to the choir here. I agree with you. I think that is the case with monotheistic religion, and I don't claim to know everything myself, which is why, like,
right.
from my point of view, it's not as much of a problem because when you get to these like bigger, deeper, more difficult questions, I'm allowed to just say, yeah, we don't know. That's kind of confusing. We're still working on figuring it out. But from
But
the theistic point of view, there is like biblical knowledge that they're supposed to be able to tap into. Um, but I don't know. Like, if you agree with me that monotheistic religions are unable to like really know that their God exists, then we're on the same side. So I don't know what else to do with you, to be honest.
no, it's not that God exists or not. It's the idea that evil exists, because evil could only exist if you adopt a monotheistic point of view.
Yeah,
Could you?
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Right, but
I do in my
nobody
own view. I
adopts
have
that.
my own like idea of what evil is to me. Like I have my subjective answer to it. And I think if I'm right, then God fucks that one up as well too, right? But even
Okay,
if I'm wrong, and we just use God's like the biblical definition of what it is, then He's still is that, and it is still a problem that that version, the biblical version of evil, does exist here on Earth, right? Because there's storms happening right now in Florida that are hurting people, and that's under His
Well, it's
hand
like
and not
natural
ours.
evil, right?
Not according to the Bible. In the Bible, he does those. He sends storms.
Well, it's the whole idea of like he sends calamity. Because I've also
Yeah.
kind of looked into this. There are two different types of evil. There's the one which is, why do people do bad things to each other? You could, if you're being charitable, you could say, well, there's an easy explanation for that. It's free will, right? But the one that is harder to explain is this idea of, there's a hurricane going on right now in parts of the world, or cyclones in other parts of the world, and earthquakes and things like that. But again, that can always be boiled down to, I expect the world to be this way. The world isn't that way. And therefore, I call the state of affairs evil. The point of this paper or book
Well, hold
was
on.
that
I'm
there is no
appreciating
worldview
the
which
books, the
escapes
like book
this
club here and
conclusion.
everything. But what I want to know about, if you're here, what is your stance? Do you believe in God?
No, I'm agnostic, but I'm kind of just going
Okay.
along with, because the only
I mean,
logical
I
point of view.
appreciate that, but like we're kind of
Sure.
trying to talk to theists, because then we can like ask them about their view. And if you just want to like talk about a book that made you agnostic, then like neat, I'm on your side. We're kind of on the same
Well,
team
no, it
here.
didn't
But
make me agnostic.
yeah,
It
if you
kind of
see
made
it
me
says a
realize that,
believer's request up, so it's kind of like this. It just might not be the right place to have this discussion. You know what I mean? Although I appreciate the insights
oh,
very
you know
much.
what? That was kind of small text. I didn't see that.
I'm working on a new background. Maybe it's too small. Maybe it's too little. Maybe your phone's too small. I don't know. I'm just having fun.
It is
Yeah.
too small. I honestly did not see that at all. Yeah. No, my bad.
No,
But
that's all right.
yeah. All right.
Well, come back some other time. I'll do one for agnostics, maybe. I'll drop Axel down. Yeah, maybe that's a little too hard to see. It's very clear that there are words there, but it's like fine print. And that's fine too. Like, look, he had some cool things to talk about. I don't mind doing that. And then once it's time to say, like, we don't have to talk for 12 hours, we can say, oh yeah, but this is really just for believers. Maybe that's a fine way to do it. Hi, everyone joining in. Justine and everyone who's liking the live, thank you so much. I appreciate you. He was on a Motorola Razr. I'm looking over at the Sarah, I love this meme. The Discord over here where we're having fun. If you're not in it, you're an idiot. That's a bad slogan. Let's work on the slogan. Let's workshop the slogan. I appreciate it, Justine. God is energy. Neat. I think that's a misnomer. I think the correct word for energy is energy. It's got that name already. God was described way before energy was, and it was a very specific thing. God is a being with thoughts and emotions and thunderous noises like this. Anyway. Yeah, a little groove right there. Ain't no one that I know. Is someone talking about the firmament? It's so firm. So firm for the firmament. I think, maybe the pinkness of this makes it a little bit difficult to read too, but I just really love the way it works. I also like that the anti-sign is giving like Ziggy Stardust vibes across the cosmic Jesus here. That worked out really nice. I'm really pleased with it. Everyone else in the chat, keep up with Justine, who's done single-handedly 10,000 likes. I'll be honest with you guys, the real reason I rocked this background tonight was because I've been having a chat with someone through comments, and comments are limited on TikTok, which is for the best. You don't want people to ramble on. Ramble on. And we were talking about this, and I invited them to come out and said I was going live. And for a while they were like, yeah, I'll check it out, I'll see when you're live and all stuff. And then once it was kind of like, hey, it's happening, we're going live, he was just like, you should read a book. And I don't know if they're gonna show up. Maybe they're here. I don't remember what their name was, but if you're here, come on up. I'm happy to talk about it. I am weird. I do bite, but I'm pretty chill. Train and Abel, what a great username. What's up, Train? Hey, how old are you and what's your religion?
What's up, brother? I'm 31, and my religion is Christian.
Excellent. Glad to have you here. Is it a pun on Cain and Abel?
It is. And what's funny is I just thought that was funny. I didn't see the
no, that joke kills.
Spin
I love
on
it
until after.
Did you get the joke I did? Okay. So we're talking about evil. We're talking about God. I don't think he exists. I do think evil exists the way I think of it, but more importantly, I think that the biblical type of evil that is described in the Bible also exists as a problem, which kind of makes it impossible for your God to exist. What do you think about that?
I think everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but...
Then I win. I'm just kidding.
Is it about winning or is it about trying to understand?
It's about both, but I also might do jokes. It does say up here. I know the font's a little small to read, so just be.
Oh, I'm not worried about jokes, bro. It's all good. You seem like a genuine dude. But what is your working definition of evil? Because you said biblical evil.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's yours, really, right? That we're confronting here. So, the kind of like bigger, obvious ones are things like, people do SA on children. That's a like huge, horrific evil that really exists in the world. That God, in his all-knowingness and in his all-powerfulness, watches and yet doesn't intervene. That's a problem.
Yeah, and that's always a tough one. And I'm no pastor, and I do my best to stay in his word, which is the Bible, and read. But my understanding is evil exists because God gave us free will. And the reason he gave us free will is because if you force somebody to love you, is that love really worth anything? They have to choose to love you. So when God created us, giving us that free will, we are born with the choice to follow him and hopefully find happiness along the way, or we can choose to do wrong and do evil.
Sure. So, I mean, in a weird way, I do understand this. I don't really believe in free will. But even if that were the case, why not make a whole bunch of other gods that are all pretty good, and then not have there be the child grape in the world, and we could choose which God, we love, and he would know the ones that choose him were his like true followers that really loved him. And then the rest of us would find out later, like, oh, that was wrong. Or we just get to hang out with that other God he made, and we chose that one. We would still have free will. We'd have choices. But just because we have free will doesn't mean like evil has to be one of the choices. I don't understand where it's like, hey, pick me. Like, if there was a girl who was like chasing me in high school, let's say, and, like wanted to hook up with me, and it was like me or my friend, we might say like, all right, well, like which one of us are you gonna be with? I wouldn't be like, choose me or eternal suffering, right? Like the alternates are too harsh and dark. That doesn't seem necessary at all. There can still be a choice,
Yeah, so if you read the Bible, hell was created out of necessity because Satan rebelled against God because he wanted to be more powerful than him. So
Sorry, that's not true. There's no necessity there. Satan could have rebelled, and then God could have said, okay, Satan, you're annihilated. You no longer exist. Why does he have to make a hell for that? Can't he just go poof, gone?
because there's a duality that exists there. You can still love someone that hates you. So why would he want to kill someone when he can exact punishment but not devastate at the same
I think
time?
mercy is much more loving, to annihilate someone rather than to condemn them to eternal torturing and suffering. For sure, that's the mercy of giving them annihilation.
So hell wasn't created for us.
No,
but
I'm
we
talking about
choose it.
for the devil. Yeah.
We choose it when we make poor decisions.
All right, let's go back to the example that I was talking about. So if there was like in my garage here, I'm in my garage, and if I was like watching somebody just grape another child right here, and I could just kick them out of the garage and end it, but I'm just watching, would you say that was bad of me? Am I like an accomplice in this?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. Now I could like kick the guy out, and I could take care of that. I could also just like kick him out and then close the door and just let him be gone. Or I could kick him out and like rip all of his skin off for eternity. I think that like that's probably too harsh. What he did was bad, but eternity's too long for that, right? But the more important thing is if I do nothing and I sit here and watch and go, yeah, that's happening, but I really, really respect that this guy's making this choice to do this. He has his freedom to do that. Then I've done a bad thing.
I think we're also limited in our thinking because we don't know what will happen to that person when we make a decision that influences their lives left or right.
No, it's what I'm talking about. What's happening like right now to the victim.
I understand, but either way, whether it's the victim or the person, the actions that you make, you don't know what the consequences are going to be either way. God
Yeah, we do.
does.
I'm saying we could stop the grape from happening. That's the consequence.
Right, but you are also deciding on the severity of the punishment. Without knowing
leave the
the
punishment
outcome
out. Let's forget the punishment. I'm just talking about. Let's just talk about only stopping it. The good thing to do for me would be to stop it, right? Or should I not interrupt his free will?
When it harms someone else, I think if you can do something, you need to do something.
Yeah, and God can do something, but refuses to. So he's watching, and that's dirty, right? Like that's a big problem. And there's things that he could do anyways.
And he knows how that affects things later down the line.
Yeah, but
There's a
he
purpose
has
that
the
we
power
won't
to make
understand.
those effects later down the line, those good effects down the line happen without this happening. He has that power. He doesn't need, there's no conundrums for God. There's nothing where he's like, oh man, the only way to do this is like that. No, he is unlimited. And by the way, there's a really good solution that I've come up with where God could continue to let this terrible, terrible person have his free will and still like not let the grape happen, right? All you do is take his desire away. The people who have like a weird urge to do that, remove the urge, remove the desire, but keep the free will. The guy could still choose to, but just wouldn't probably because he doesn't like want to that much.
Have you read the Bible? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I got it right here. Boom, it's pink. Is there an answer to this in here?
No, I think what you're asking is what I ask myself often as well. But that is a human position.
Don't you think it's devastating that God could be listening to this conversation you and I are having and hear this really good idea and go, wow, he's right. I could right now reduce trauma to children around the world. That's like, it's literally actually probably happening somewhere right now, like in each of our cities. I don't know where you live, but it's happening somewhere right now. And he could like reduce that by 99% and isn't, and is going, nope, Mezzo, that's a cool idea, but I'm going to stick with the grapes happening. Doesn't that devastate you a little bit to worship the God that like hears this idea and says no to it? This idea solves the free will conundrum.
How do I put this? If good things happened all the time, wouldn't that make them less good? If only good things happened, what would be the point? Would it feel good?
Oh man,
This is
absolutely, yeah. And also, like, there's still you still can compare it to neutral, right? Because like I could be like not eating an apple pie and then be eating an apple pie, and I'd be like, this is better now that I'm eating the apple pie. I don't have to first eat dog shit to know that an apple pie tastes good.
That's very true. Yeah. I think what it really boils down to.
I'm sorry, but right when I said that in the chat, Justine's comment of it just feels great. Like it just came out at a weird time. Where I was like, I just don't have to eat dog shit, and she's like, it just feels great. Like I know she was talking about something else, but I was like, Justine, what are you talking about?
The awkward pauses and me kind of going off topic is my failure to multitask because I'm also trying to like read the comments to.
No, I know. I'm
saying.
terrible at that too.
Oh my God.
Don't look at the comments. Hide the comments. Talk to me. Do you think that there's any problem with my solution of removing the desire but keeping the free will? Or do you think that this is a pretty good idea?
In theory, it sounds wonderful, right? But like I said, I'm not naive enough to think that I could come up with a solution that would end suffering in any way, shape, or form.
Man, I don't think it would end all of it, but I think this would end a lot of it, especially like with the child stuff. And there's no dilemma. Like the guys who want to do that right now just wouldn't want to, but would still have free will. Taking the desire away doesn't get rid of that. It's just like it's just a stellar solution. And the idea that a God would hear this and not do the solution, and then you would still like at night go and say like, hey, you're doing great up there. Kind of like that, like kind of freaks me out. You know, it's like it's a little off-putting, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think of Lamentations then, and all the Psalms that are, crying out to God and raging? Like Job is all like arguing with God. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean that you're not allowed to be angry about it. And just because you see things that are wrong doesn't mean.
I've talked about this desire thing a few times to other people before, and I hope that when you pray tonight, and I hope that when the other people who have heard it pray tonight, they bring it up to God and be like, hey, this guy had a great idea. Well, let's get on this, and please do this idea, because there are, I know like it's very tempting to pray that you'll like have a good job interview, and tempting that you'll like pray for your very close friends and family to have a good life. But, and also just for yourself, like help me be closer to you. That's like kind of selfish when meanwhile there are garages full of great victims that this problem could be solved. And so like, yes, please, if you have some sort of direct telepathic line with God, use that and tell him about it. And if you get a response of some kind as to why not, please come back and tell me. But I'm telling you, this is a like really solid solution. It's a great plan. It's not a concept of a plan.
Well, God works in mysterious ways. So maybe I will get an answer, maybe I won't. But I don't know if the algorithm has just been pushing all of these lives to me, but I've seen a lot of people with this kind of slant on evil exists, God doesn't, Jesus was Muslim, Jesus wasn't God, all of these things. But a lot of people take a very combative stance. And the reason why I even stopped on your live and requested to be a guest, this is the first time I've ever done this, by the way, is
Oh,
because you have
welcome.
thank you, you have a demeanor to where you make it so people feel comfortable to discuss what is usually inflammatory.
Yeah.
And,
It's bad for the numbers. Like I can tell like when I first started live, like there was like 300 people here for a second. And then like as like people see that I'm calm, they're like, I'm gonna go watch some drama somewhere else. It's more fun. I enjoy that more too. Like I don't watch other people's calm lives. That's lame. I'm gonna go watch it the yelling. It's more fun. So I
yeah,
get it, but it's just I have a Pacific Northwest demeanor, so I can't really help it.
that makes a whole lot of sense. But I think, last thing I say before I'll let somebody else get in this soapbox is, as a Christian, there are a lot of stigmas that get attached to you. And a lot of them come across as like Bible beating and, I don't accept you if you're homosexual and you're going to go to hell and you're going to burn there and like all this
Uh,
stuff. But
just I know you're new to lives, but even like saying that other people say this, the TikTok hears you say that and might get you in trouble and might get our live in trouble. So just be careful about like what the way you say those types of things.
yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for that. Like, so what I was trying to say is I'm a firm believer in you need to be the change that you want to see. And I think that you're doing a great job. Like you have a cause that you want to be made known and you're trying to win people over to your side. I'm trying to do that in the way of not every Christian thinks that you are a bad person because of your personal choices.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously there's the like fundamentalists who, like you were describing, are just like absolutely wicked and and awful people inside and out. Maybe not out. Maybe some of them are hot. I don't know. Probably not. But like for me, it's like the deeper thing where, like I was kind of talking about, and like you don't like bother me. You seem very cool, but like I understand why, and I used to feel this a lot more that if it's the case, like I had a friend who like passed away from a brain tumor when he was 31 and he left a like 2-year-old girl. Super sad, like really close friend of mine.
I'm sorry to
It
hear
was
that.
like absolutely devastating. And while we were there was like people like at his like memorial, people were like coming up and trying to like pray, and we were like, get out, he didn't do that, get out of here. And they kept like they snuck off and did it anyways, and we were like, that's rude. But I it made me think about it where it's like this guy by like almost any normal Christian's definition isn't going to go there or go to heaven. He's gone now, and he's like, even though it was like super cool guy or really nice, like had an awesome daughter and wife that he was like really good to, and like just was like way better than me, way better of a human than me. You know what I mean? Like as far as like helping people out and stuff like that, and just like doing good in the world. And yet, if it is true religion, Christianity, then he's in hell. And while he's in hell, like being tortured, like skin ripping torture for eternity, people like you are praising and worshiping the God who sent him there. And that like really does hurt. You know what I mean? Like that's when it's kind of like, guys, like fucking stop. He's burning my friends, and it hurts. He's the one who like set this whole plan in motion, and there was like not enough evidence given for my friend, just like there's not for me, and all of the goodness is being burnt now, and after so much suffering they had to do like through chemo and all this stuff in this world, and God gave him every reason to not believe, and then like he has to now be burnt for it and tortured, and it's like, man, it's not okay to like go up and say good job God to that. Like that does hurt. and I'm not saying you specifically, like this is something you're still thinking about, I'm sure, and figuring out, but like I'm just letting you know that like other than the fundamentalists, that's why it hurts our side. That is another reason why people on our side get like roll our eyes a little bit, you know.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry to hear about your loss. And, you know, when you leave behind loved ones, especially so young, that's really tough. And, you know, I'm not trying to convert you or anything. I'm not, you know, I don't want to offend in any way. But
No, we do that on Sundays. We do that. We do those convert me alerts. Yeah.
I want to understand your position so I can talk with people better and know, like, I get it. That would be very hard for me as well. And, you know, everyone has their own judgment day where they have to stand before God, and, you know, he will recount all the things that they did, good and bad. So there's a good chance that he is not burning in hell. If he was a good person and his intentions were good, God knows everyone's heart.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then like I'll go to heaven too, so I'm not so worried about it anymore. But like according to the book, that's all not true. You know what I mean? Like that's all added stuff. So
Yeah.
anyways, I won't hold you longer than you need to be here, but I do appreciate you coming here, and I'm honored to be your first live.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Not that I was rushing off. I was just also not trying to hog the whole, you know, conversation here. But last thing I want to say is, I praise you on reading what you are, essentially the other side of the argument, reading the Bible. And it is, although it is considered a book, it is a collection of 66 other books that have so many references forward and backward, and it's a lot to wade through. A lot of it is very hyperbolic and allegoric, and
Troubling.
it's been translated a million different times. It was written in a different time with a different culture. You know, there's some Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew. You know, there's a lot to wade through. So
I mean, you're giving a really great long list as to why it's all probably not true. Uh, so, I mean, you're doing my job for me. This has been great. No, I do like reading the book. The book is part of what led me away from religion. And for people who want to remain a Christian, which I think there are some people who probably should, like we get people sometimes who are like, I'm struggling with addiction, and this is the only thing that's I'm clinging on to hope for. Then I'm like, stay there, keep doing that, and please don't read the Bible, because it will eventually lead you away from it. But I do have 4 other people in the guest box here, so I'm going to move on. Train, if you get a response on the why doesn't God remove the desire thing, I would love to hear back from you. All
all right, buddy, take care.
right, and with that, we will boot Train down, and I'm just going to go in order here. I'm not sure what the order was that people came in. I feel like sometimes TikTok sorts it by most recent, and then sometimes it doesn't, and I really don't know what to do about that. But Chris, how old are you, and what is your religion?
41. I'm Christian.
I think you've been here before. It says you have, but who knows? And what do you think? Do you think God exists?
Yes.
So you're not one of those Christians that doesn't believe in God? I'm just kidding. I don't know why I asked you that question. Go ahead. Tell me why you think God exists?
Um, I think I don't know if you remember this, but I told you like I don't do the omni property things, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's like God. There's like I would say he's an imminent and transcendent force, but I do believe that Yeshua is his direct or Yeshua would be what interacted with the world, like Old Testament and New Testament, right? And I put in
Okay.
there
You
earlier,
okay?
like evil doesn't exist on its own. It's the absence of something. When we don't have empathy, care, and
I just
or
don't think
just
that's true.
indifference.
I hear that a lot, and I don't think that's true. I don't like imagine if I could like if I shred some carrots up, is that a really morally good act?
No,
Yeah. So since it's like not good, does that mean that it's now become evil because it doesn't have goodness? I don't think that these are things that like move like in concert with each other, where like as soon as you do something that's not good, it's now in the realm of evil. I think it can very much be the case that like there are acts that contain evilness within them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to be relative, right? Like, there's not in. I didn't say it's the lack of good. I'm saying it's the lack of empathy and care. Like empathy, like if I see someone suffering and I just ignore it and don't work or just show indifference to it, to me that's evil, right? Like, because I can
Yeah.
take 5 minutes and get somebody a burger.
I mean, maybe it
Get
might just be
you know,
apathetic.
buy
I
some.
wouldn't no, I wouldn't like fully go evil for that route. You might just be apathetic, which is like not the best. But I just feel like from the theistic side, we hear a lot of this like it's good and evil are the only two options, and they like swing together. When you do one thing that's more good, evilness goes back, and when you lose that goodness, evilness comes forward. And I just don't think they're that like interconnected. Like I think that you can ignore somebody who's asking for money and not necessarily be like super evil. You might just be like, I need to save my money for my family, or maybe you're thinking, I don't know, like what this guy's gonna do with that money. Like I don't want to give it to him and like they just buy some drug or something, you know. So like your uncertainty like give you enough reason to be like, I'm gonna ignore this, but that doesn't mean that I'm like kicking the guy. Like that's when I think it's like evil. Is like when you like it's take the guy's cup and kick him, right? Like that's where like, evil comes into play. But just walking by someone, I don't think that's not evil. I don't think it's evil or good.
Like that's what I'm like, and that's where I would kind of like disagree. Like apathy to me, like, cause like that's what I say. Like you have to have the like discernment is like I'm not gonna give you $5 or $10, but guess what? We can walk into Taco Bell, we can walk into Burger King, and I'm gonna buy you something to eat. And actually, I want to see you eat it. We can sit down and have a conversation while you eat it, and we can
Yeah.
see what's going. Like, I mean, showing
I've done that
active
before too.
empathy.
I've done that before because I remember like before I had a family, like now when I have a family, all of my funding goes to them, right? Like that's just your priorities change a bit. And when you see children, and it's just kind of what you got to do. But when I didn't have that, I would like make that. I would be like, come on in, and like go buy frozen pizzas and cook them, and like sit there with them, and like converse with people who were like in need and hungry and stuff. But I was also like secretly like making sure like you're actually eating this and not just using it for other things, which is a little fucked up. But hey, they got some food out of the deal. Yeah, but look, none of this points to the fact that a God exists, so I don't know why we're talking about it, if I'm being honest.
Oh, okay. Like, there, like, proof is going to be an abstract concept, no matter what you do with it. Like, because proof is going to be how you interpret the data, right?
Yeah.
Because I would say, because to me,
Yeah, so give some
like,
data. Let's do it.
okay, so I would say the expansion of the universe is proof of God. The expansion, evolution, all these things, like it had a beginning, so it expanded. Like something caused it to expand, and like I know it's the God. Like people will say it's the God of the gaps thing because it's
No, I think that's a good like look, something is making space expand and maybe some people know what it is. I don't know what it is. I definitely would call like for me that's a gap. But I don't think that like expansion means like a mind is thinking this should expand. In fact, it seems much more likely that it's like a natural process. Like everything we do know about the early universe is that there was not minds, right? Like there was just like matter, energy, light, physics, and these types of things. Stars and planets and nebula started to form, but like there was no like mind yet because like unless you're talking about like some sort of a brainless mind, but we have no evidence of any brainless mind.
but like I mean like when I say that I mean like and I don't remember if we went over this because I've been like writing this out and going over it. I would say the mind is an evolution, but I think it was I think intent. The universe. That's what I would say. The universe is moving with intent. Like it's expanding. Like so when it's so when things are becoming more complex, the elements are getting heavier and things like this. Like and these processes are happening. Like is there like I don't see like any other way. Like these elements had this carbon, this came silicone. Like okay, carbon is more what's called mandible than silicone. They have the same properties, exact same building blocks, but carbon is more flexible. That's why life is more carbon based. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
it could be
saying
silicone based somewhere else if there was more silicone there and like those and like the other right ingredients were there. And like, look, I mean, there's lots of planets, most likely inhabitable zones that have water but didn't get enough carbon, and so there's just not life there. Like, I mean, all of these things are like, look, this would have been like super compelling 2,000 years ago. You know what I mean? But like since we know a lot more about the periodic table of elements and the like I don't know, just like what space is like, I think that we see natural processes forming stars. We see stars explode, like forming heavier elements. We see that stars like burst out in novas and release those elements out, and then those elements glob onto each other via gravity and form into to other stars and other planets. And like, if the right ingredients are around, then life can form. And the number of ingredients for life needed is not that high. Like it's really like 5 or 6 things. You know what I mean? Like it's not as complex when you break it down to its most simplest basic forms as we kind of like to think that we are. And now all of the rest of it is like the right things that need to happen in order for it, like it is a lot of stuff, but the probability when you count like the literally quadrillions of stars and planets that are like within habitable zones, like something's gonna hit, right?
yeah, that's where I would disagree with you at. Like we say the universe is mostly inhospitable to life. I would think is more hospitable to life. Like because we're looking at it from our perspective. Like we can't survive out there, but we know in extreme environments on Earth that things survive everywhere. Life is resilient. It's very
Absolutely.
resilient.
That's
So
why we're
the
looking on Mars
universe,
and Europa. We're going to places where like there probably isn't, but there could be as far as we know. Yeah, the habitable zone is big.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's why we're just like that's why I'm saying like life could be very very abundant. We just don't know it because like like our finite. And that's another thing why like reality is just too big for us to encompass it all. So it's like there has to be like a base reality. Like if we could look at all the perspective, our perspective, Bird's perspective, like, and we can
Mm.
combine all those, we could actually see like, okay, this is what reality is. Is it
Yeah,
intentful?
like
Is it a
mushrooms
mind?
perspectives too, maybe. Look, I mean, maybe I don't think that like trees have perspectives.
I
I
think they
don't,
do.
I don't know, like if that's quite the right like word for it. They might, you know, they don't have all the exact same stuff required to have a perspective, but it is a blurry line where what does and doesn't, right? And I think that that's that. Like I talk about blurry lines here all the time. Like the more research we do, like scientifically, we want to box things off because it helps us like organize things in our minds and explain things better. And it does help us when we're trying to like come up with some explanational theory of something, to have everything boxed off. But the truth is, all those boxes are man-made. Like there are blurry lines between nature and like where things have sentience and don't is kind of like this ever flowing blurby blob of blur. And I don't know, like I don't think trees have it, but I don't know what like
Like
what's the smallest brain thing that does. I don't know.
like when I say trees have it, like if a parasite or something like that attacks a tree, or if like something like invasive, they fight very hard to live. Like they go through biological warfare, literally, plants and things like
Yeah, but
that.
you don't
Like,
need a mind for that.
uh, you need intention though, like
I
to like,
disagree.
You need
I think
intention to want to survive.
no, I think that like it's not intention. It's just like the case that the trees that or the types of plants that didn't fend themselves off all died before they could like make enough seeds to reproduce. And so it's not that like you need to have intention to be life, because those trees were life at one point. They just didn't continue on, and like in the earlier phases of life on this world, it would have been much different. We would have seen a lot of like unsuccessful living things, but and we still do, like we see incels that are slowly phasing out, hopefully, of society. But like that's beside the point. Sorry. The point is like it's not that a tree sits there and thinks, "Hey, I want to live." It's just that the trees that we have around us now are the ones that naturally do that kind of thing.
No, like, see, I think that's where we're getting, like, that's where we're misfiring. Like, I'm not saying the tree is sitting there thinking. I'm saying, when I say perspective, I mean like, I'm not probably not using the right word. Um, hmm.
It's more that like things seem to have a like a predisposed drive to reproduce than to well, to like grow and reproduce than they do to like survive. And there are like things in the animal world that like sacrifice themselves in order to like breed on their young, like some fish and stuff do that. But like I mean like this, I mean, it's all fascinating, interesting stuff. And I could talk about it for a long time, but I don't think anyone else here cares. It doesn't, like, because if it is the case that a tree has intent, that doesn't mean that a god gave it that, you know.
Like, I mean, like, because I think you're looking at God as like a supernatural being or a deity. I'm not looking
Yes.
at God as a personal thing. No, not a personal, a force. Like the force. Like when I say Yeshua is his expression, I just mean that Yeshua is um like an evolution of God, like where he's experiencing uh for lack of a better word, creation or physicality or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's neat. Like I think it's really like a cool thing to think up, but this is your own religion that you're devising, and it's probably not like no one's that right about anything, right? Like I'm not right about a bunch of stuff,
Oh yeah.
but like
No, I'm not.
that's
No,
fine.
I
Like
don't
it,
deal in absolutes.
yeah, it just like I mean, it's kind of like that's a fun thing to think about, but it like it's very clear that you're just kind of like making it up, you know.
Like, I mean, like our reality is made up, right?
No, I disagree. I think reality is real.
No, not like, I mean, but you have, it's your perspective on reality. Reality is its own thing. Like no one has a complete view of reality. Is the
No,
main
no,
point.
no. No, I just because I don't know every single thing that has ever existed and will ever exist doesn't mean that like reality isn't real. Then that's just in my mind. In fact, it's quite the opposite. That there are all of this external things, like spaces and times beyond me, prove that like the little part of reality that I'm able to experience is like is what I'm able to experience, but it will keep going without me. And if you want to see me prove that, you'll have to wait around until after I pass away and then realize that the universe still exists. I don't know
Yeah,
how old you are though, but I'm pretty healthy.
yeah. No, and that's not what I'm saying. Like I think there's another thing. Like I'm saying, reality is reality. Like reality, and that's what I'm. When I look at God overall, that's what I'm defining as God, the ultimate reality. Like what is that we can always question. Like the question, I always like I got this from a good atheist friend of mine. The question is God to the answer, because we're gonna always have why. Like mechanical, boy, I was about to butcher that. Mechanics, we can always figure out mechanics, but we don't know the reasoning and why stuff happens. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's hard. Like why? Like,
Yeah, but when you don't know and then you name it as if it's an answer, that's weird to me. I think what's better to say, we don't know, therefore we know, makes more sense to me than to say we don't know, therefore I know exactly what it is and we've named it God. Like, I know you're not claiming to know it, the mind of God or understand it, but once you're like naming it that, it's kind of like you're specifying it, right? And you're making it a little bit. I know you don't quite believe in like the omnipersonal God, so it's a little bit different for you. But like you're giving it a mind, which is something you have. It seems to me to be very clear that like
well, not a mind. I said intent.
you're
That's the difference. Mind and intent are two different things.
yeah, but you have intent, right? And so I think that you're projecting your intent out onto the universe. I think this is a common thing. Maybe we talked about this last time. I think this is a common thing that humans do because we've historically liked to be the center of things. Like we wanted to be the center of the universe and then realize that wasn't the case. And that was a bummer to us. Or like we thought we were the center of the solar system and then we weren't. And then we for sure we're the center of the galaxy. No, it turns out we're not. But at least we're the center of the universe. No, not even close. Like this bums us out every time. And so we're reaching out now saying like, yeah, but whatever it is that's running the entirety of the cosmos must have something in common with me. Us humans must have like we're still like projecting ourselves out there to center ourselves and give ourselves this great cosmic value that we just really might not have.
Okay, but like I get what you're saying, and it's not like quite the point I'm trying to say on that, but
All right. Well, did you want to do something else, or should I got a couple other people in here in the guest
all right.
box?
No, that's cool. Thanks for having me up, though. I appreciate
Absolutely. I love talking to you, Chris. Come back again sometime.
you. All right.
All right. I like Chris a lot. It is hard. I mean, sometimes in these when the conversations get really like what is reality and how does what is perspective of a tree like compared to humans? It's fun to think about, but it's really hard to truly like without like writing things down to each other. It might be hard to really comprehend what the other one's saying, especially me and my dumb ass. Hey, Sean, how old are you and what's your religion?
I'm 19 and I'm an atheist, but I want to argue, so
Argue for what?
for God exists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, so like, what do you believe in?
I believe in the next guest. That doesn't sound fun for anybody. Animal or anime? Hey, how old are you and what's your religion?
Yeah, I'm 23. I am a Muslim.
Welcome in.
I do have Christian family. Well, I was raised in a Christian and Muslim family, technically. But then after like years of research, probably like from 13 onwards. But this is more of a general take that you have up here, not necessarily specified towards one religion.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, look, there's a crown of thorns here, so there's a little hint of Christianity.
Oh, true.
I'm open to talking to you.
Sure.
Much better than talking to some atheist who wants to pretend they're religious like the last guy. That sounded terrible. Okay, so this is basically the argument of evil, right? This is what we're talking about. If there are terrible things happening, especially natural disasters, these storms that have been stirred by God Himself, how could it be the case that He's also all good? Now, as a Muslim, sorry, I know to do it as an S and not a Z, but sometimes I don't know if it's mu or ma. So my apologies if I said it wrong. I'm trying. Sometimes I say Tristan too. So for Christians, that's confusing for people. I think you maybe don't think God is all good. Sometimes I hear that. What's your opinion on it?
Well, I I do believe God is all good, from the standpoint, but I believe that it's hard to grasp this from our perspective because we're inherently limited, and
Sure.
and so I would argue that okay. I just and I apologize if I seem a bit tired. It's past midnight for me, so I should be asleep, but it's okay. I found this
No, it's
slide and
okay.
yeah.
Look, I'm gonna like if I start losing the debate, I'm gonna like put on some nice music and just make you fall asleep, and then I'll just I'll say I won. No,
No,
no, it's all good. It's all good. It's cool. We
okay.
keep it chill here, anyways. It's late. Other people like to like. I'll be honest with you. I listen to other people's TikToks with the intent of falling asleep to them. I don't always tell them that, but it's nice to kind of doze off to these calmer conversations. So go ahead, man.
Sure. I guess I would start off by saying that because you were mentioning like natural phenomenon, I would argue that like evil as an independent phenomenon whereby no dimension of good is involved doesn't exist in the world, especially through natural phenomena. Like there is nothing that can be described or attributed as pure evil because every evil, quote unquote, in this world is good from one angle or another. For instance, sickness, right, harms the body from one angle, while from other angles, tests patience, evokes resilience, builds your immune system. Like there can be lots of benefits involved from another angle. So most
Okay.
disliked things are usually this way, never void of some benefit or another for the human being. So you had mentioned, right, let's say for naturally occurring evils.
Sorry to interrupt, but like that kind of requires them to survive the evil-ish thing that happened to them. Because if it's like storm, like a tornado hits just one house and one guy's in it and he like fully gets caked into bits against his wall, there's no like lesson learned for him. There's no good to come out of that. It's just like a bad thing only.
I would argue that you're looking at it from the perspective of, like technically from if someone were to pass away, like, well, this requires a jump of belief here. So I'm not going to ask you to believe this, of course.
Oh, like
But
he could go to
people
heaven or
who,
something. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. But I would argue that even for naturally occurring evils, like consider this, right? How volcanoes are not pure evil because even though they explode and cause like devastation, they rejuvenate the ecosystem, which makes life on Earth possible to begin with. They provide nutrients to the soil. Without volcanic eruptions and all they release, farming communities would not be able to grow food, certain
Yeah,
building
I mean,
materials would
it
not
just
be
makes us
available.
secondary. Like humans become secondary in God's view, where it's like, hey, humans, you guys are great, the ones who live near the volcano here, but I really got to rejuvenate nature, so I'm going to bake you out right now and peace out. But the trees coming back are strong. Don't worry. Like I don't know if that's not really the view that most religious people take. That nature first, human second.
Nature first, humans second. No, I would argue. Okay, so I would say
Meaning
this.
he's sacrificing humans for the sake of bettering the nearby nature in the volcano
Yes, but I would argue that it's not a matter of like, how do I say this? Um, I don't think that I don't think this is an argument against God's existence in the standpoint that what this essentially does is like evil, naturally occurring evils, where are different from evils committed by willful agents, right? So,
area. But he's a
um,
willful agent.
of
So
course,
you don't
of
have
course,
natural evils anymore. You
yeah.
can't like appeal to that. I can, in my side. It's like I can say, yeah, when a human does something to another human, that's terrible and it's awful, and I wish we could stop them all, but we're not all powerful. And when a storm happens, it's also tragic, but no one's like pushing a storm So we can't really like call it evil. It's just like the unfortunate indifference of nature. Whereas in your view, there are no acts of nature. That's not a thing. It's always a intended mind that pushes the storm.
Yeah, but I would say that I would argue that the wisdom behind God's existence is that some evils exist for profound reasons. Like it necessitates that our lives qualify as a trial. The reason for every evil cannot be immediately disclosed to those under examination, and disclosing some of the main reasons behind evil to help brace people as they navigate the hardships of life provides some sort of, solace. However, I think that, like I said, I don't think that evil whereby no dimension of good is involved. It's more of like a
Do you think this is true of human evils too? Do you think that like when like the scenario earlier, I don't know if you're listening, but like some poor child is in a garage and they're getting like let's say graped to the point of unalivement, that there's some good to come out of that? Or is that just humans doing evil?
No, humans, for evils committed by willful agents, you could even consider how they're not created purely evil, because they're not created, but rather they arrogantly, or they choose, right? And that's the aspect of free will involved. They choose to commit those acts,
Right.
and they encourage to seek refuge away from.
So you think that when it's that act where a human's doing it to another human, that's just a purely evil act that nothing good has to come out of. But when it's a natural disaster, that there's something good to come out of it.
Because there usually is. I would argue there always is. So, and that's the argument I was making earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I vastly disagree. I think that, like, especially the amount of good to come out of it, like the amount of good to come out of like whatever any hurricane you want to name, like Katrina, right, where like bad things happen in it, and then what good stuff came out of it. Does it compare? Well, could it really compare to like the number of lives that like went away? I have actually I've never used this graphic, and I'll bring it up since we're talking about it if I can find it here, just so like we can like think about this with some ideas here. So like just real quick, so this is Typhoon Haiyan. There's a picture of it, 2013 in the Philippines. This is a big number, 6,300 lives lost. That's like a big number to compete with and say, yeah, but something really, really, really fucking good had to have happened if you're going to say that this was good. Like some of the best shit ever in the world had to have happened right here. If you're saying God pushed this knowing he was going to take that many. This one is, I can't move here.
Yeah.
6,000. And it could be up to 24,000, but this is like, they're still counting. And this is like the estimate of what it's going to be. And this is like 97% Islamic lives. Now, I know you could say like, well, that's cool. They all get to go to heaven because they're Islam. But these ones don't, because they were Christians, right? So only like one of them does and one of them doesn't. And if you're going to, you're a little bit of both because you were raised one way. But for the people who believe Christian, they're all not. And for the people who believe Islam, they're all not. So like one of these is bad for you, right?
That's technically, by the way, just to clarify, that's technically not what Muslims believe. We believe that you're judged by the weight of what you know. So if you willfully knew that the truth of Islam, and you went against it out of arrogance or out of any sort of desire in your heart, then you would be attributing like that sort of then that would send you to hell. But if you just don't know about Islam or anything, that wouldn't send someone to hell. But
let me ask you, tell me if this isn't an easy or quick answer, but the test you were talking about, like the test of life, is there like a simple way to explain like what the value of that is, why we do the test?
I would say that I would argue that
I'm not changing topic. I have a reason why I'm asking this, just so you know, I'm not like pivoting away.
Sure. No, yeah, that's fine. like this sort of goes like this sort of addresses like is life fair kind of thing. I think if we look at this topic of fairness as a whole, it's good to understand, is it objective or subjective? Is it an objective thing or is it a subjective thing? And for those of you on the live, if you don't know what that means, would everyone be able to agree on what fairness is? Would we be able to agree on that? In fact, I don't think any two people would be able to come to a fair salary for everyone in the world or a fair lifestyle for everyone in the world. It's an extremely subjective term, which makes it a very difficult subject to address.
So the
And what we
test is
realize when we
different for
study this
everybody?
topic of fairness is that it is. It is. And it's
But
catered to the individual.
What's the value of, like, why do we have the test?
Well,
why
the
not
test
just
is
be
sort
born
of-
in
well,
heaven?
there's yeah, that's this is a part of the wisdom that this is like a theological this
So
is something
it's
that
okay.
is even beyond me.
That's why I
I
was
get
asking,
what
like, if
you're
this is
asking.
not an easy answer, then like we can skip past it. So we don't need to
It
dive into it. But
isn't. It
like
isn't.
the reason I'm asking is like in these storms, obviously, of
Yeah.
course, there are many children too young to truly be tested. They're beneath the age of like understanding what it means to be Islam or what a storm fucking is or any of this, right? These are itty bitty infant babies, and they're among this count. They're among these numbers. And so if this test, if these storms are part of a test and it's time for these people's test to end, those infants were untested, really, when you think about it. And so either it's the case, like, I don't think you would say that, yeah, there's a bunch of infants just burning up in the afterlife somewhere. I know you have a different kind of concept of hell. I get that. But they also shouldn't get the same reward that the people who went 80 years doing a great, passing straight A's on this test get. They didn't do shit. And so if the value of the test is that we're supposed to, like, in heaven have a better comprehension of what it means to experience all the joys and pleasures of being near God, then the babies are going to, like, not really get it. They're going to be in heaven floating around like, I'm a baby. I don't get this. Like, what are we doing here? And so, like, do they grow up? Like, it's just so confusing about what happens to them if they're like, or if they're just like part of the sacrifice that gets lost in this so that the other people can enjoy the test and the afterlife. You know what I mean?
And that's an interesting. I mean, technically, I'm pretty certain, from the Muslim point of view, everyone is resurrected in their prime age. So everyone would be like an adult, even if you died as a child or if you died as an old person.
But they
you'd
would
be like in your prime physical age. Like,
wait a minute. Whoa,
but that's besides the
hold
point.
on. No, this
Yeah.
is the point. What? So wait, do you keep your memories?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
So you, whatever age you pass away at, physically doesn't matter, but your mind is that age. And so, like, you're in you said, I think your 20s or something.
No, yeah. No, you would mature mentally as well. It wouldn't just be physically. You would mature in
So a
every
baby would grow up, have a mature mind, but have no earthly memories?
I mean,
Or would they have false memories?
This is, I don't even know the answer to your question, I'll be honest, but I would say that
confusing.
Yeah, it is, but I would say that it's probably that they would I mean, they're capable of making memories or like having a life of eternity afterwards. I think life's frustrations are kind of a fleeting memory once you're in heaven. So
here's why this is irrelevant too, to what we're talking about. If it's the case that a being, a human with a soul, can live one day, maybe 0 days, half a day, have no memory of it, have like not really experienced much, has no awareness, but then is able to go to. Do you think that I wouldn't get into the unborn? Is able to go to the afterlife, have their soul like age as if they had spent their life doing the test, but they got to skip the test. What we're seeing is like a clear example of it being the case that no one needs to do the test. All of us could do this and it would be better because no suffering would have to happen. No one would end up in hell or whatever your version of hell is. And we would all just like every infant should be like unalived right away because then we all get to go. And from now on, like that's what we should do. Is like as soon as an infant comes out, just be done with it because then there's no risk that they'll mess up the test and they get to spend eternity in the afterlife, and not just eternity, but like as an adult somehow in whatever their prime is. I don't know, in like different countries, prime might mean a different thing. But like, why do we have to do it? Why don't we get the
Well,
fast pass? Why do I have to suffer through the tortures of life?
well, first off, um, would you prefer that a baby was resurrected as a baby? I feel like that would make less sense in my opinion. They wouldn't actually be able to comprehend heaven at all in all of its splendor and magnificence if that were the case. But anyways, but that's besides the point. Yeah.
I mean, like I've talked about how I do wish there was a heaven. I don't wish there was a hell. I wish there was a heaven, but no God. I don't like monarchies. It would be sick if there was just like an afterlife where we could all party. But I would say that for the like babies, they might just have to stay babies because otherwise there's no babies, and babies are cute, and that'd be like a thing I would miss.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
You
I'm
can't just
sure.
like go up to a bunch of like 20-year-olds and pinch their cheeks and tickle their toes. You know, it's just for babies. You can do that. I'd miss that.
But I'm sure you wouldn't want to be a baby if heaven existed. You wouldn't want to be a baby in heaven. You would prefer to be an adult because you'd be able to perceive and fully rationalize what you're experiencing. It wouldn't, right? There's also that aspect of it. But I wanted to get
Yeah, I
to
guess,
the
but I'm,
question. Yeah.
but if I were a baby, I wouldn't know that I would want to do that. It's just a weird thing to. It's
Fair enough.
like it's one of those things that for me, like this is like some of the type of stuff I really like talking about and thinking about. It's what sort of led me out of the church. I wasn't like hurt by the church. I mean, a little bit, but I wasn't like molested in my church or something like that.
What
Like some
type of
people
Christian
have.
were you, if you don't mind me asking?
Baptist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we weren't. There was a lot of stuff we weren't supposed to do. But I was also like, there was all these like weird questions where I was like, this, like, there's no way this makes sense, and no one has an answer for it. One of the backgrounds I run a lot is if bonobos can go to heaven, and like everyone has different answers, and it's so weird to think about. But it's also like, man, if babies, like, it's weird either way. There's either babies in heaven, which is weird, or there's a bunch of grown-ups that didn't have lives, which is weird too. Like there's just no way out of it that like makes it okay. It's all so peculiar.
Yeah. I guess um I guess going back to your point about why doesn't God just send everyone to heaven, and like what is the point of life in this? I would argue that the whole concept of creating life in this way is making life meaningful, meaning that like tests by nature necessitate a person grappling with challenges and overcoming obstacles before being crowned, successful and being worthy of a great afterlife, and then I would argue, right, and I'll ask you this, host, like, in order to, I don't know, in order to create a strong man, would you have him lie around doing nothing, not going through any sort of hardships in his life, not lift any weights, not participate in any sort of physical exertion, just laying on the couch all day? Will that build a strong man? Same way, if you wanted to build a patient man, tend to his every whim and desire immediately and give him whatever he wants. I feel like a lot of these qualities of good and evil go hand in hand. And that's sort of what I was addressing earlier, is that, in my opinion, the benefit, I'll hand it back to you after this. I think the benefit of understanding why we exist is enormous, because faulty expectations are perhaps the single greatest cause of life's frustrations. When people reduce their expectation of God to unconditional love and then expect God to treat them as if they were his pets, I feel like that leads to a disappointing worldview. Like, it basically, and should, they basically consider that anything that oppose their own desires are evil. So I'm not going to work out because that creates my body suffering. And then, but what happens if you don't work out and put your body through that stress? You're going to face a lot of those negative outcomes. And I think life is sort of that way, where there's a duality to it. A lot of good things are accompanied with bad things, etc. And that it's more of a matter of perspective rather than an objective view of life.
I hear you, but this is, we've been talking about this here tonight. I think duality is one way to say this. I don't think that it's like, it's almost like a false dichotomy that you're making, right? So, meaning like, if you have to work out, you're going to have to feel a bit of a burn, and that's the evil. But that's not the evil. Hold on, I always drop my guitar picks when I play with them. I'll get another one. That's not the type of evil we're talking about. If it was like, hey, in order to get these muscles, you have to like just use a razor blade and slice your the bottom of your feet up and walk around on it, then I'd probably be like, I'm gonna skip on the muscles. That's too dark. That's too much. But it's not that bad. I don't think that like that's what evil is. Like, it's one thing to say, if it was like the world had some difficult choices and some hardships, and we can imagine this, like imagine a TV show, right? Like a Hollywood scripted, like Mr. Rogers. Even, do you know about Mr. Rogers? Are you familiar with that?
Was that the guy who read the
like kids TV show?
Yeah,
Barney, Teletubbies, like whatever.
PBS Kids,
in these shows, there are conflicts. There are issues to be resolved. And there's things where it's like, because I was having a hard time sharing, and I learned a lesson from that, or like I'm like experiencing empathy through that. But they never have to be like, and now over here we're going to deal with the bloodbath of war. Like, it doesn't have to come up. We can imagine a world that is much, much, much better than this and doesn't have such grotesque, unnecessary evils happening in it, where we still get to grow and learn. I think it's a spectrum of growth, or a spectrum of experiences, rather than, if it's not all perfectly flowers and roses and goodness, then there's gotta be child grape. Like, fuck, what the fuck? Why do we have to add that and leave that one out? Leave that one completely out. There are things that we are unable to do. One of the things I hear, this isn't my own argument, but I've heard people say this, like, why can't I explode you with my mind? Why didn't God give me the power to use my mind to make you explode? That should be a free will choice I have, that some people have happened to them where they explode, but in doing so, we all grow from that. But like, that's not a superpower we have, but we do have child grape. Why do you give us that one? I'd rather have the mind explodey one. Like, it doesn't really, like, it doesn't follow that just because we want, like, we have to like struggle through something to grow, that like therefore there has to be child grape in this world. That's so ridiculous to me, I think.
Well, I mean, then again, I would argue that something like child grape are committed by humans with willful agency, right? You wouldn't.
Yeah, but look, I did this earlier. We found a solution for it that doesn't like eliminate free will. There's a way to have it not be the case that child grapes happen, or at least like 99% of them go away.
Wait,
and
how would that be possible without limiting free will?
You don't remove the free will, you remove the desire. So some people, like, have you heard this thing where some people want to, like, I know it sounds weird, but I can't remember the name. There's like a name for the the syndrome that people have, but where they want to like eat their car. They slowly like disassemble like inch by inch the fabric and the metal of their car and like devour it, including like even some of the like toxic like oil and stuff. You just do like one drop at a time so your body can handle it.
Never
Do you
heard
know
of
about
that.
that?
No.
Yeah. No one's ever heard of it. I made it up. It's not a real thing.
Okay.
Okay. I know there's Pico where people eat couches and it's fucking weird. It freaks me out. But there's not a thing where people eat cars and drink gas. Don't do that. You could. You have the free will to eat a car, but you don't. You don't have the desire to eat a car. Just as much could be the case. You would have the free will to go grape all the children that you want to, and God could give us that free will, but we don't have the desire to do that. He instilled that desire in some of us. And even if he didn't instill it, if that was like our own creation, he could pull that desire out and still retain our free will. And like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of children would not get like raped and tortured in basements. You know what I mean? Like this is a solution. This is like an actual plan that I want God to hear and know about. And he's not doing, he's listening to this and not doing it. You know?
Okay. I'll say this in response. I think I truly think that if this were the case, like I feel like the test of life would be meaningless if this world's natural laws were not in place, since it is sort of our recognition of coherent patterns such as cause and effect that compels us to engage with
I'm
our
sorry.
reality.
This doesn't seem to be responding at all to what I just
I
brought
will.
up.
I'll like, for example, right? And I say this compels us to engage with our realities, meaning that if, if like forest fires were magically didn't exist, if viruses magically slid off our bodies, if pepper spray suddenly appeared on the eyes of every rapist, if paralysis happened to every shooter's trigger finger, and food emerged in the belly of every starving child, I feel like this perfect world that
None
you
of these were
want-
my suggestions.
I know.
I know this argument, and I've come up with a loophole that is just remove the desire. The free will remains, and there's still like plenty of other evils that you get to have. There's plenty of bad things you have. And by the way, just because like like you can choose between an apple or an orange, that's still a choice. You have free will, doesn't mean you have to have dog shit. We keep talking about like there doesn't have to be an evilness for us to experience choice and heart. In fact, even broccoli, right? Like there's a spectrum of flavors, just like there's a spectrums of like bad things that can still happen, but not the child grape stuff. That stuff could like be gone tomorrow, like right now, and he's not doing it. Like that's a big problem for your worldview. You know?
I would argue that taking away that desire is still fundamentally limiting free will.
Oh,
Why do you disagree with that?
well, let me ask this.
Yeah.
Do you have the desire to grape children?
No, of course not.
Do you have free will?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So you're the case example that this removal, this not having the desire in no way impacts free will. You're the example.
No, but okay, but I would argue that desires, unless they are like for survival, they're typically psychological, meaning that they're developed, right? So that means like you typically you like someone isn't like born a child rapist, right? They typically like somehow like, and by the way, this is not like some sort of justification, okay? Please.
No, I know what you mean. Like it's through a series of experiences that like
Correct.
lead them to become this way. And I mean, I
They
think
don't
that's
just magically have the desire at, like, you know what I mean?
and that's why I said, even if God didn't give them this, he could remove it. You don't know that you didn't have that desire and he did remove it from you. It could be the case that he helped you out. Does God not intervene and mingle with us in this realm? I think you would say that he does play a role in reality. He does come and like help people out here and there. Like, we hear stuff where it's like, oh, I almost got in a car wreck, but God saved me. And like, that's great. I'm glad you're here. But that means he's fucked with your free will because he saved you from a car wreck. Like what are we talking? Like, he either can mess with us or he can't. And if he can, then it's time to remove the desires of child rapists, like right fucking now,
So-
you know?
I would argue that unless it's a desire for an impossibility, it still would, that removal that you're describing would still be a limitation on free will. Meaning, like, for example, like obviously someone can have, I don't know, what's a good example? Someone can have the desire to fly but never fly, right? You can have the desire for something that will never actualize, right?
Even
So that
better.
means no,
Yeah, he
yeah,
could make it where it's physically impossible to do child rape. I'd be fine with that too. Yeah.
yeah, but I would argue that that regardless of how you're framing it, it will still be a malfunction in the concept of the free will. Like meaning that like God's interference, one way or another, will have to manifest in your the way you've described this scenario, because you're either arguing that he makes it impossible to do this one specific act, which would argue, I don't know how that would be possible, like children wouldn't exist, I'm not sure, but regardless, that's not the point. The point is that
There's a way I can explain, but yeah, just trust that there is.
okay, but regardless, there would have to be some sort of interference in terms of like the limitation of free will and the ability to engage a comprehensible reality and evaluation of how our will is used in light of that reality. So either way, I think it would involve some sort of interference.
Yeah, but do you think he interferes in good ways sometimes?
Sure. Yeah.
But just not this one. So there are things that he's willing to mess with us over, but with child rape, he stands watching with his arms crossed,
I don't think
unwilling to interfere.
Well, that's the difference. I'm like, from my worldview, I don't think these people get off scot-free if they're not punished according to the law in this world.
No,
right?
I'm not talking about the perpetrator. I'm talking about the victim. They don't get off scot-free. They get fucked.
Yes, but the victim does. Okay. So this goes back to our discussion about the what was our first discussion? It was about the fact that our lives are essentially are like personal tests that we have to undergo, and so like is life fair and all that stuff. But I think that regardless of how you want to frame it, if you don't want to make things like this possible within our reality, that would have to limit our free will. It's either you want us to be free or you want natural laws to be limited. It's like
I already covered this. We gave a perfectly clear example of two different things where you can remove the desire and still have free will. I know, like you like feel like it's really important to cling on to free will. I kind of don't know why. I think it'd be fine without it too. But like there is a way to still have free will and not.
I disagree with you there. Actually, wait. So I disagree because if you didn't have free will, then you wouldn't be responsible for any of the actions that you commit. Essentially, you get to. I mean, it's essentially like you like, to me, it's like it's almost like in that case, like, what's the purpose of putting prisoners in jail, or I mean criminals?
Oh yeah, it's as a deterrent. So like, look, if it's the case that we are all products of our surroundings and we are like feel like we're making choices, but we're actually just inspired by a mixture of our genetic makeup and all of our memories and surroundings, then it is even more so the case that we should put people in jail because they are our surroundings and we need to like keep them away from us if they're dangerous. And also by showing that doing certain acts that we find bad gets you put into jail, it does show that is going to inspire other people to not do bad acts. That is how we do it. So like we are the surroundings, right? We're able to then say, hey, now for other people, this is a deterrent. And that's part of their mind, like in their memory now, when they feel like they want to do something bad, they see what's going to happen to them and it makes them choose better. But I don't get like, look, so the thing of like wanting to cling on to free will so bad that you're willing to let kids get raped, like just like it seems like.
Do you not agree with free will then? just because I don't know your position clearly on this, do you like not agree with free will
Yeah,
at
I'm
all?
not like a hard determinist. I don't really know that much about like how neurology works to, or like, things like that. But I don't find it very convincing. Like it seems more likely that we kind of are like, we are made up of our experiences. I mean,
Doesn't
like obviously, like there's a technical thing where like the definition of free will means like being able to do choices without any like outside influence, and that's just obviously not the case. Like we are products of our memories, and we're scared of things and stuff. So like it's not that, but like free choice is usually probably the better word. Hey Hanji, I see you in here. Hi. Oh, thanks for the heart. Hey, I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're hanging in there, and as always, you're welcome to jump on up here. But I'm
yeah.
sure you're
I,
Hanji's
I
out in
will
the
leave soon.
in the storm.
I will leave soon, by the way.
Yeah,
But
there's some other people in the guest box here, but I mean, just so you know, like super nice conversation with you. I've really enjoyed it.
yeah, of course. But yeah, I the one thing, and I'll probably like keep. I'll probably like pay attention to your lives, like if you go live often. But I would say true. I would say this is my last point. I would say that it's hard for me to imagine a worldview like yours where you're not necessarily sure that free will exists, but then also claim that evil exists. To me, it's like, okay, if we're just a product of our biological and psychological realities,
Yeah,
and that we don't necessarily manifest a true version of free will, then
I
how
know.
does evil exist? Like, I
No,
feel
it's a
like,
it's a total
yeah,
problem for me. But like I
oh,
think
it
of
is a
evil
problem.
as not a
Okay, got it.
supernatural thing. I think it's more like just when something is bad enough and comes along with intent, then that's the proper word for it. I could be convinced to say wickedness or something, or really, really badness, right? Or like is supreme harm. But for me, it's more like when someone is doing something that is like harmful and they know it and they're doing it anyways. That's the kind of evil that I like. That's when I think like, oh, now it's real evil. Like it's a difference between there's a difference between like manslaughter and homicide, and then there's an even more difference between like homicide that's a hate crime, right? And like now you're doing it with like, I know that this is going to harm you, and I'm still going to do it anyway. Like that's when it becomes pure evil to me. It's a
Okay.
subjective thought, though. Like in my world, if morality is subjective, I can call whatever the fuck I want evil, right?
That's
So,
exactly what I was gonna
yeah,
say in
I
response.
get away
Yeah.
with it, man. It's a easier answer.
Yep. Yep. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, as long as someone needs to be convinced that what they're doing is not evil, then that leads sort of a down a slippery slope. But I, at least I'm glad that you have the humility to say that it sort of gives you a moral dilemma in your mind, at least. To me, I can see that actually. So, well, thank
Yeah,
you for having me on, though. I appreciated this conversation. You're one of the the best atheist lives I've ever seen on
best
TikTok.
atheist
I
award.
swear,
I got it. This You're not the first one to give it to me, dude. I'm gonna have a trophy printed so I can hold it up when people say it. I swear to God.
it's true. It's
You
true.
know what?
Yeah.
Just for that, I'm gonna give you this special background. You did it, dude. Oh shit, you're not a Christian. Never mind. This one's bad for you. God damn
Yeah.
it. Hold on. I don't
Sorry.
have one for you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're completely fine. But I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, you too, man. All right, take care.
Goodbye.
He almost got me. He accidentally made me a Christian. He almost had me. RJ, I try to connect you every time and it never ever works. It never works. Let's see if it's always like interesting when someone has the word Christ in their name and then I have to call you Christ. Because
No,
you can
you
just
can
be like,
call
"Do you believe
me.
in me?" And I go, "Yeah," and then you win. Yeah.
No, you can call me V. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, yeah. You sound good. How old are you?
I'm 22.
All right. Well, I assume that you're a Christian because of your username here. So, what do you think? Do you have an idea as to why Christ is Lord?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about evil exists, God. I guess I'll tackle the evil first, and then I'll move on to the argument for God's existence.
Yeah, I mean, evil existing at all At least the type of evil that you believe in is a problem for you, for your worldview. I think that if there was an all powerful, all knowing, all good creator that is very much concerned with the the way that our world is working and things that are happening to us, then these types of evils shouldn't be happening at all. There can still be, like we just demonstrated, there can still be choices, there can still be options, there can still be like proof of love, there can even still be tests, and there can be hardships and challenges, but not pure evils. I think that just shows that either God is not omnibenevolent, or not omnipotent, or not omniscient, or just not real, which is probably the most likely of the things to give up on.
Okay. I guess first would be in my system, like we don't believe that evil has ontological existence. So it's not a positive being, like evil isn't a being. So evil would just be a privation or the moving of the will away from the good.
Yeah, so I talked about this earlier. Like, do you think that what did we use earlier? Oh, like the act of shredding carrots, is that like a morally good act?
I don't I don't know because I don't think that would necessarily be like a moral or immoral act. It's just
Yeah.
absence of like a moral judgment.
Yeah, so in the absence of it being good, does that mean shredding carrots is evil?
No, because
Okay.
evil is defined as the moving of the will away from the good. So since cutting carrots, it could be good teleologically. It isn't a moral action. So it can be good for you wanting to make a salad. So it could be good for the goal you have set.
It's bad for the carrot. I'm kidding. But like the point of this is just showing that like there are so many, like such a wider spectrum of acts, and it doesn't seem like just because an act doesn't like show the face of goodness, and that means it hides evilness, and vice versa. There's times where like a thing could just be good or not good or in between or just evil or not evil, and that it doesn't necessarily seem that like acts like if you choose to do a homicide on somebody, like it doesn't seem like you're just doing a not good thing to them. It seems like to me like you're doing a bad thing to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say all evil is not good, but not all not good things are evil.
Okay, so this
So,
kind of like pulls apart what I think you were trying to say before a little bit. Yeah,
in what sense?
you were saying that like evil isn't real ontologically, that it's just the absence of goodness, but it does seem that there are it just doesn't seem to be the case, right? Like we can see an act, like an actual intentional act happen, where somebody wants to do harm to somebody, and that isn't them like I want to do the most not good to them. It seems like I want to do evil. It seems like it is an act, it is a thing.
Yeah, but just because that act is evil doesn't mean evil has ontology. So I'm not sure, like,
Oh, I should. Yeah, I guess I see what you mean. Like it's just how we define it. Like I was saying last guess, it's like it's bad enough of a thing, harmful enough of a thing that it deserves this level, this word. Yeah, I don't think evil exists supernaturally.
do
Like I
you
don't think the
believe?
devil exists or something.
Okay, so, like, what would you define evil as?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, it's like I was saying, like it's an act that has intent to do harm, and enough harm that it's like, you know, um, reached the farthest end of the spectrum where it's really, really, really bad. And instead of saying "really" 3 times, we can use a different word now and call it evil, right? So when we talk about like things like mass scale genocides and uh, child grapes and these types of things that we've been talking about tonight, these fun conversations we've been having tonight, um, these are in the realm of what I would consider evil. Yeah.
Okay, this is probably going to annoy you, but you're saying like this thing can be really harmful, really bad. But what makes that thing bad in itself?
The
When you
harm.
say something, yeah, when you say something is harmful or bad, is this thing harmful or bad as a description, or is it identical to it being like this is bad?
No, I mean the harm is real, right? That's obviously like the real part. That's like you could kind of measure harm, right? Cutting a finger off is less than cutting an arm off, right? Don't cut anything off. But we use the word badness to describe it because we're talking about the act of it, the act of doing the harm, right? So the harm is what happened, and the harm is the part that we're saying we don't prefer harm. And so the act that did the harm, we call it bad. Yeah. That's the right word for it, I think.
I want what I'm more asking for is like, what do you consider to be bad to say
The
something is
harm,
bad by predication?
the hurting and the harm.
Yeah, but like I'm asking for, you're saying the harm is bad, like you're describing harm, and like what do you describe harm as? As bad. But I'm
No,
asking,
I'm
what is the
harm like
identity?
the like pain, hurting. Yeah, like there's like I mean I can get a thesaurus if you want me to not use the word bad. But
No,
bad is a
that's
word
not.
like you and I both know what the word bad means. I'm
No, no,
using
no,
it
no.
in the terms of
That's
I understand. I'm going to answer you.
exactly.
I use it. You and I both know what the word bad means. I'm using it in terms of, in my opinion, I think this is not good. This is bad. It means the same thing. Yeah, right. And if you're helping someone, then that is not bad. It's good, right? We don't. It doesn't have to be both at the same time. Like it doesn't have to like just because it says that. There's some acts that have both goodness and badness, or some acts that are neutral. Sure, this is all fine. You understand this. This is one of those things that like people come up and want to like try to get into the like really like, get into the fine detail of. But like, do you think kicking someone is good?
No, it's bad.
Yeah, neither do I. So we agree. So like, why do we have to get down into the deep
No, no, no.
details
We
of it?
don't. We don't agree. That's the thing. So my description or
But
what I
you're asking me as if
identify.
like you don't know what I mean, but I think you
So
do know what I mean.
just let me. No, I. That's not what I'm saying. So if you will let me finish, you would probably understand more. I'm asking about the actual identity of bad, not what you describe as bad. I'm asking what is your standard for actually what is identical to being bad to say this other thing is described as bad. Why is kicking people bad? I
It
want to know
hurts.
what bad is.
It hurts, and I don't like being hurt, and I have empathy for other people who get hurt. It's that's what it is.
Yeah, but why is this is again, this question is still standing. Why is that bad? That's what I'm trying to get to.
For the same reason you think it's bad. What would you say?
It's not for the same reason because
Okay, what's your reason?
my standard for what's bad or good is always God. So it's
So
bad by
it's
how
bad
far it
because
is from
God?
God. Yeah.
Your answer is it's bad because God?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Does is God grounded in something? Like you're
No,
looking for me to
the
have some
thing is
standard.
grounded
What is God the standard of? Like
of good,
like some people act like
of
God is
perfection.
grounded in some form of reality, and then
No, no,
everyone
no.
goes
The
on to
reality
describe some sort
it's
of a different
backwards.
God, and then
It's
like it's not
backwards.
grounded on anything. Everyone's opinion is different, and it just turns out to be opinions again, anyways.
Okay, you have it backwards. It's God isn't grounded in something. The something is grounded in God. That's the whole point. But
Can
I'm
you
asking for
demonstrate that?
your demonstrate that good is grounded in God.
Yeah. It just sounds
Okay,
like
and
something to say so that you feel like I can say goodness is grounded in empathy. There, now I have one grounded and you have one grounded. We know empathy is real. We can see it. We can feel it. We don't know God is real. So it feels like mine is a little better.
no, that doesn't give you epistemic justification to say I ground good in empathy. Because
I
then you
don't,
have
I
to
think it
tell me
gives me
why empathy is
equal
good.
justification as you get to say I ground it in because God.
No, it doesn't. So are you familiar with how epistemology works?
No.
Okay, so like epistemic justification comes from having good reasons to support justify true belief. So like for example, let's
Then
say
yeah, I totally win because we, like I said, we do know empathy is real. So if I'm grounding in empathy saying, I
Wait,
don't
wait, wait.
want to be
How,
hurt,
wait,
and
I
then
wanted to
you
address
do.
that.
I'm gonna just really quickly like finish the sentence, and then you can unmute because it's frustrating. I don't want to be hurt, and I don't want to see other people get hurt because I have empathy, right? And so like now I can like ground goodness and badness in desires this way, and like in preferences of like not wanting pain, and that goes for emotional, physical, etc. And I'll invite you to unmute now. I just want to finish the sentence. That's all.
That still begs the question because you're saying that's just ad hoc. I want to know the reason for you choosing, okay, I'm going to ground this thing in my empathy. I mean, you just saying that. I mean, yeah, you can just say it, but I
Because
want to know the
I've
actual
felt
reasons
pain
behind it.
before. I've been kicked before. So I don't think being kicked is good. It hurt. My brain didn't like it. I didn't like the experience of it, so I don't want other people to experience it.
Okay, so let's just go with this real quick. I want to show you why this really doesn't work.
Please.
Because let's say I'm a person and I don't like when people are honest with me. So now I'm going to ground honesty being bad and my dislike of honesty. Do you think I can do that or no?
I mean, is that what you think?
No, I'm just, for the sake of argument, I'm showing if
Yeah,
you were
look, people
consistent and
people
I
have
had that
different
same,
opinions of what is good and bad. That's true.
yeah, but I want to get to whose is true and whose is false. That's the biggest question, right?
That's like asking like who the best band is, or what's the best work of art. People are going to have differing opinions.
No,
You
because
can like
truth,
ask experts, and you can get down to like some that are like this might be that's close to these ones, but like you can't like know the true answer of that. And I think that goes true with God too. You're guessing God's mind, trying to say that you've like grounded in something when like you don't know the mind of God. This could all be a fucking trick. Like you have no idea. So like you're grounded in a thing that like probably doesn't exist, or at least for sure not the way it's described. Whereas at least mine, I'm grounding it like in humans that we know about
yeah,
and experiences that we all have.
that's what I'm critiquing is that if you do ground it in humans, then it's subjective. That's why I just
Yes.
gave you the example.
And do people
Oh, so
have?
you do
Is it
think
the
that?
case that some people have differing opinions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
But
so I'm
opinions,
describing
but
reality,
opinions,
and you're
but
wishing that there was an
wait,
objectivity
wait,
that there
wait.
isn't.
Let me finish. Opinions don't have anything to do with truth. So can I
I
have an opinion that 2 + 2 is 5?
No, I think with math it's different than morals. I think morals are more like art, and that's why I brought it up. What do you
Yeah, but
think the best art is?
we're talking about truth. So even
What
if
do
we're
you?
talking
Yeah,
about
what's the truth
morality,
of what the best
do
art
you
is?
wait? Do you believe that
No, I
moral
want no.
claim?
Don't stop dodging it.
Dude,
What's the
relax. I'm
truth
not
of what the
dodging. I
best
can't get a
art
sentence
is?
out. You're interrupting me.
I'm
So
gonna
you
keep
mute
doing it
me.
until you answer it. What is the
Are you
best
serious,
art?
bro?
What's the
Don't
best art?
manifest, bro. Relax. Don't manifest. So this is a category error. So you just accused me of that, and now
I'm just not gonna let people like not answer questions when there's other guests in here. I don't care. I used to try to put up with it, but now I don't.
Hi.
I don't care anymore. Hey, Paprika. I can't see the rest of your name. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm in my 30s. So I'll just say that. But
Are you religious?
um, so in like weird ways, when I'm like really scared, like I just
Mm.
recently had like a health thing. I have like a brain tumor. It's not cancer, but I've been like getting tested and stuff. And sometimes like I'll pray to something, or I'll like pray to aliens or something. And it's if I'm really scared and like I'm like desperate, right? But generally no.
So
And
just so you know, I mean, I'm up here doing debates with people saying why God isn't real. I
yeah.
think aliens are fake too, but I think you should keep doing it. I think that there's great value in what you're doing. I think that there are some reasons to call out. I think hearing, especially out loud. I don't know if you do it out loud or in your own head, but
Yeah,
saying
out loud. Yeah.
yeah, saying some things out loud helps you organize your own mind and say it. And I think there are like byproducts of prayer, even if there's nothing there really listening to it, that can like help you
Oh
de-stress.
yeah. Yeah,
So
no,
like,
exactly. That's how to
yeah,
use it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have nothing wrong with like, and as long as you're not going like, okay, well, I did my prayer, so now I have to go like vote against gay rights or something, then I have no problem with what you're doing. Like, I think it's fine. Yeah, you don't sound like the type.
Yeah, yeah. One thing I wanted to say about like evil and everything, and I think that evil existing, I think makes me not believe in God, right? Because I feel like if God was really as how God is portrayed a lot of the time, especially in like Christianity, that it would be to me an indicator that God does not exist, or
Yeah.
that God himself is evil. Because God, if you look at everything, when you don't respect God, God does things like a child, like a narcissistic child would do, and puts floods and hurts people and harms people to teach people lessons and everything. So
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that's what the root of this is it's the internal critique of the argument of evil, or the problem of evil. And
yeah,
I do personally think that like we've been saying tonight, like I think there's a thing worth calling evil. I think there are acts worth calling evil. And then there's natural things, like your situation you're in right now is a natural thing, and I feel for you. You weren't here actually. I'm not even going to tell you about this because the other thing is sad, and I don't want to freak you out. But I think that it's a totally natural thing, and it's an absolute tragedy. It's a horrific tragedy. But if it were the case that a some being put it there, then it's evil. Then it becomes evil.
yeah,
Yeah.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
no, exactly, yeah. Or that I'm gay and everything, so this is what happened, and I deserve this kind of deal, But
Oh, is it? Wait, is that? Are you really?
yeah, I am. I
And so,
don't think
have you heard
so.
that from people?
Um, I have heard a lot of really
Yeah.
awful things, not that
They won't
specifically.
say it to your face, but they are thinking it.
Yeah, I know. Isn't
I
that
assure you.
awful?
Yeah.
Yeah, but definitely that guy Pryor. I was just thinking about something too, and that like I think the issue with some Christians is that they can't understand that you have empathy. I don't think they have empathy, and I think that in ethics and everything, people go off of duty sometimes. Like I have a duty to do something, and I think some of those like philosophers and things have created these ideas of duty, because I think some people just genuinely they don't know what to do, but if they can read a rule book on how to feel and like what is good or bad, when something is not justified, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, and I think the root of it, like when they come up with a like, how can you have subjective when there needs to be? I think it's like what we're seeing is the same thing as to why a lot of them believe in God, where it's like they're like thinking so hard of trying to make it be the way they wish it to be. They don't like that it's subjective. It is a bummer that that some people think unaliving other people is okay. That sucks. That's a shitty reality that we live in, and they don't want it to be the case. I don't want it to be the case either. I wish everyone, like, thought you were perfectly okay for being gay, and it's not the case. And
yeah,
sorry, one
and
second. And so sorry, like their wishful thinking is like you have to make it objective because that's how I wish it to be, and there has to be God because that's how I wish it to be, and like they're stuck in thinking like maybe they're wrong, you know.
right. And and I think there's so many bad things going on in the world, and I think that there's like parallels between super Christian people or just super religious people and like conspiracy theorists and like
Hey,
crazy
you just said you
mental.
pray to aliens. You can't talk shit about conspiracy theories.
Right?
No, I'm just kidding. You're cool.
but yeah.
Yeah, I get like the calling out thing. I really do. But I do have fun here. There's a warning that I do jokes.
Right.
But as much as I like absolutely love everything about you, you seem to agree with me, and so I have to move on to someone who wants to yell at me for
Oh,
some
that's
reason.
okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with me. So have a good
Hey,
night.
everyone who's in the chat, I'm gonna leave her up for just a minute while I bring the other person up, and you don't have to, but if you want to, I don't know. I assume you probably have medical bills for this thing.
No,
If
no, 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 no.
send gifts.
It's, no, it's cool. No, no, I can take care of it. It's fine.
Oh, you're rich. Send me gifts. No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
I just yeah, I
I
just
get.
don't take things from people, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, just I thought I'd throw it out there, but I feel it. Yeah. All right.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much for coming. Come back sometime. All right. Yeah. Sometimes we. Oops. I don't know if I did that right. sometimes we do heathen heaven here. We did it last night where we get a bunch of non-believers together and just chit and chat. If I'm being honest, it's more chit than chat. But she was nice. She was nice. I don't like RJ has tried to join my live 800 times and it never connects. And I've seen them join other lives. And it just doesn't work here. JC, yeah, I have some mods. Is something bad going on? I don't know. Maybe there's something bad going on. Hey, Ice Boy, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I'm not sure if you've been here before, but how old are you and what's your religion?
I just have a young voice. I'm 29, but
Oh
I'm a
no,
grown ass. I'm a grown ass man, and I'm pretty
no, I didn't think
shredded.
you sounded too young. I just
Okay.
was trying to if I remembered you or not. It was that I was trying to do.
Yeah, I one time, I hopped on here, and I think we had a pretty cool conversation.
Hold on
I
one
thought it went
second.
well. You know what I mean?
Hey, so sorry, someone in the comments, JC the Pacey. I don't know who that is. But if someone is banned, I hope they deserved it. But yeah, I'm not sure. So I'll have to, if you can, like, let me know what their name is, and I'll look into it after the stream and see if we can undo that. Let me just know their username. Sorry, someone got banned, and we're trying to resolve it because it might not have been on purpose. So what's your religion, Ice Boy?
Oh, I'm a Christian.
Okay, cool. Do you want to do this, or do you want to change backgrounds here? I have some other options.
Oh yeah, sure. We can change backgrounds. What
All
else you
right.
have?
Well, I updated all my backgrounds, so we have our fun ones about bonobos. This one's for
What was
if
the
you get
last
me right.
one? What was the
Oh,
last one?
if
Can
bonobos can go to
bonobos go
heaven?
to heaven?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you
All
think?
right. What's a bonobo?
Well, I mean, this is a picture one. It's sort of like
It's
in
a monkey
between.
angel.
Well, it's not a monkey. It's an ape, like us.
Oh,
It's
okay, sorry.
very closely related to chimps, but they're a lot calmer. Chimps are sort of reckless weasels, I would say. They're a bit enraged sometimes, although they have their own moral systems and empathetic and natures and values. But bonobos are just freaks. They fuck their way out of all of their problems. Seriously, like
Uh,
when they have problems, they just bang each other and then it resolves it. So fornication aside, because I know that your God frowns upon that, they're really cool. They are very intelligent, and there's one in particular, a real bonobo named Kanzi, who can communicate pretty thoroughly,
it's
more
like
than you would
sign language,
expect. A little bit of sign language, but more
telepathy.
so telepathy. No, he's not a god. No, it's more it's called a lexigram. So if you ever go to like the McDonald's that have the picture menu for people who can't read or something like that, it's
Right.
like that. It's like emojis. So they have this board that has all of the pictures of things that he knows, and he can like point and say like me hungry want watermelon or something, like whatever he is hungry for, and has a list of things, and then they'll say we don't have watermelon, want something else, and he'll go, yeah, I want cantaloupe, and they go, sure, here. So they're able to have like back and forth conversations by pointing at these things. It's pretty cool. He's pretty quick at it. And you know that look when like with some animals, it's like, oh, you're cute, but you're not really like here. Like this like eye contact isn't quite happening. They're sort of like aloof and looking around and not like totally self-aware.
Like
But
most animals, that's what you're saying?
kind of, yeah. Like you see that sometimes, like squirrels sort of seem to just gaze off, like they're all too busy looking for predators or something. But
Hmm.
Kanzi like really looks at you and tries to like figure you out and understand you like, when you're talking. It's really interesting. The videos of him. He's like, I think he's about my age, maybe a little older than me. He's like 45. I gotta
Yeah.
look it up.
I would probably say no.
So you could, on his picture board,
Oh,
say, "Hey, I want to tell you the story of Jesus." There's one of us humans that came down here, and for all the bad things that anyone's ever done, he unalived himself, and because of that,
right. TikTok
people are allowed to
standards.
go.
TikTok standards.
Yeah, of
That's so
course.
weird because
I
it's
know,
like
it's
we're trying to
stupid.
have a serious conversation, and then we throw in these little kitty words, and it's like
I
All right,
think
let's keep being serious, you know. But
you know what it
okay,
is I actually think that like kill, death, and die are all actually fine. And I resolved a while ago to be like, yeah, we're just gonna start saying those.
yeah,
But I forget. Like I'm still stuck in it now once I go live. But the things like child grape and you do have to be careful with those ones.
right.
Yeah. But yeah, so what do you think? If you told him the story, he couldn't go?
Probably not. I mean, I don't. This kind of. I don't know. This all kind of seemed a little pre-planned. Pre-planned. You're obviously smart. You done your research. This is
Oh
like
no,
walking into a
I
booby trap,
have
you know?
no. I have
Okay,
this is one of
nothing,
the
huh?
ones where it's like this is just the weird things that I think about.
Yeah,
And they're also, I mean, it is part of the weird things that I used to think about when I was like leaving religion. Not this one in particular, but stuff that was like, man, there's just no good answer to this. There's
right.
no way that this question resolves to something positive.
Yeah,
Because either they don't get to go, and that sucks, and it's not like fair for them. Um, or they do get to go, in which case the ones that don't get to go to hell. And like there's all these like weird problems that spring up. And if that's not the case, where like you could learn about it, though, like he could learn about heaven and hell, but still just like
we're
die
talking about an
without.
ape right now.
Yeah, but he could still just like
Oh
die and
no,
then
dude.
like not have a soul. Then like, why are we stuck with souls? Can't we just die and not have to go to hell? Like, why is hell required? Like, it brings up all these weird questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if I have the best answer, but I mean, God gave us a chance. Like you said one of us came down, died on the cross, right? Um, but God dang, I just lost my train of thought. But
But why the
um,
punishment?
oh yes.
It could be that,
Why the
and whoever believes
punishment?
gets to go to heaven, and then the rest of
Right.
you just like fully annihilated. You just don't get to have eternal life, but you don't have to get tortured
Yeah, that's tough. Um,
because
I don't know, man. That's
Kanzi
just
doesn't have to get tortured.
that's just the rules. I don't know. It's like
The rules suck, man.
that's
All right.
just the rules. But no, this is basically the main thing I wanted to say is that like the first time I was on here, I brought up like, what would you really lose? Like if you believed in God, it wasn't true, you died,
Oh
and
yeah.
so, but that's not what I was trying to talk about. That's what we talked about last time.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is like, for me personally, I could have a lot of success, be nice to people, have a beautiful girlfriend, um,
Brag.
but just it's like there's a little something missing. Um, and so, hey, Adazio, hey, I'm just saying this is what I want to talk about. I'm sorry.
I
But
mean, but that little something missing is like like I've said, a telepathic communication with the almighty cosmic creator of the universe. Like that is a big thing, that like I think isn't just a little something to you.
okay, right. But I was gonna ask, have you ever felt that way? Like you've done all this research, you don't believe. Do
Yeah,
you
well, I
believe you're
mean, when I was leaving
successful and your
religion, yeah.
life is going well? And do you feel truly happy? Is what I
Oh my
wanted to
God.
ask you.
Yes. Yeah, it's like that was like it's much more the case. I mean, and it's different for everybody.
Yeah,
But while I was in the religion, I was struggling with it. I was having um uh like just like huge uh, confusions like all the time,
yeah,
like because of these types of things, these dumb questions and stuff, and some of the really good deep questions. I didn't know about like philosophical arguments at the time. um but I was thinking of things like some of these illogical contradictions and these like the problem of evil and stuff.
yeah,
I didn't know they had words and stuff. And so as I was thinking of them, it was like hurting me
yeah,
because a big part of me was being attacked. And of course, at the time, I thought my eternal life was just waiting for me. And the idea of shortening my existence by eternity, by the amount of infinity, was painful for sure. It was a scary thing to go through. but
Yeah.
it did, like, I mean, it took several years, but over time I realized that the truth is important, and there's coping mechanisms to come to grips with reality, and then also to realize that it's not all meaningless, and that there's also like a sudden um, whimsical feeling of freedom,
Yeah.
and that did bring joy, and like later in life I found other things to draw joy from, I think.
Like,
And
was it
so,
was it temporary joy, or you're talking about permanent joy all the time?
oh my god, like now I feel it constantly. Yeah, yeah. It was like it was a hard thing, and I also tried to replace it with other things
Yeah.
at first too. And it really wasn't until I was able to kind of like uh set all of it aside and kind of go like, okay, well, what's just like really true, and what can I, and if my existence is limited,
Yeah.
then that means I have to do this now. Like that makes now so much more important. If there's an afterlife, this don't fucking matter. None of this matters. Like whatever,
Yeah, it
right?
does. Your
Whatever.
life
Like
still matters. You can still, I mean, you know you have
in
like
the
it's
in the grand scheme of existence, it seems like it's such a blink of an eye. It's hard to give that much meaning to it. We'll forget this by the time we're in heaven. But
well,
without
yeah, but I
heaven,
mean, that's a sad way to think, is that because of if I believe in God, then this life right now is meaningless. That's kind of sad. It still matters. No?
I mean,
Not to
sorry.
you. Oh, to you
But
it does. Okay, okay.
yeah, I like kinda, yeah. like I know that's like a bummer, but like to me, that's just, I guess, how I feel now.
No, it just sounds sad. Like it's why you're saying Christian. Do you think most Christians think that their life is meaningless?
No, I don't think that they think that way, because I didn't when I was one, until I started to deconstruct and realize and look back and realize that like I was such a like just such a
What was
speck
different?
of
Yeah.
dust in a pond. And now that my like the main point of my life isn't to just bow to uh some sort of like creator and like thank them for doing something for me that I didn't ask them to do for me. Now
Hmm.
I can like really focus on some me time and the things that I really like, and I just get so much more joy out of my
Ooh,
life now,
what do you really
which
like?
like I do music, right? This is like the song we were doing earlier today.
Yeah.
I like having philosophical conversations. These are things that I like to do. I like being with my family. I like learning about space. That's something that really like
Yeah.
gives me a lot of joy, and that like is that like seeps into what I think my cosmic duty is now. Is that because even though bonobos are close, they probably are not quite on the level of sentience that we humans are.
Yeah, that feels like kind of a low blow, I think, this
Yeah, no,
bonobos
it's a
thing.
sick
It's kind
burn
of
on
poking fun, you
bonobos.
know?
But like no, but like the idea, like look, rocks can't think. They
Right.
don't know that they are moving through space. They're not like aware of like Saturn, and Saturn isn't aware of like the sun. And these like huge massive nebulae are like floating around through the universe, and they're like not aware of it, and that's
Yeah.
fine. You don't have to be aware to be pretty, or to just be. But there is like a weird rare special gift that we seem to be able to do, which is to think about it and to know that we're in a universe. And we don't like
Yeah.
really know what that means exactly, but the fact that we like know that we're in a universe is rare. And so
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why, but I value things like beauty and rarity, and because rarity is on that list of things I value, I think like in a way it's my cosmic duty to exercise that rarity and to learn more about the universe, because I might like we're some of the only things that can.
Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. But I don't know if I'm running out of time or people are bored or what, but that was pretty much my main point, is that, I love women, but just after it gets empty. I love weed. It brings me temporary pleasure, but then it just feel empty. I love drinking, but man, does that feel empty. And it's just like, I don't understand why people are so upset. Like, you don't have to believe this, but what is so scary about believing it? Just like, what is like all these comments, man? Like, as soon as I get in here and say I'm a Christian, these people are like immediately so upset. And it's just why? What's going
Oh,
on?
I can answer that for sure.
Yeah.
So like from our perspective, obviously there's some like Frey, you okay? My dog just like waking up from a little nap. There's obviously like some people who are like fundamentalist that use religion to like attack society in a negative way and to hold specific groups down, and like they deserve to be ridiculed, insulted, and shut up, in my opinion. But there are some people, which maybe you're like, who don't care about all the fundamentalist stuff, don't like follow the laws of the Old Testament or something, but just kind of like to fill the hole in their heart that's Jesus shaped. And if that's all it is, that's kind of fine. Like, we don't really have too much of a problem with that. But there is a weird thing that I was talking about earlier. So I have like, let me use a different example because I don't know if someone's like my first son was going to be born, but was born too early and miscarried and died.
Hmm.
And that like was really difficult. Like
Right.
that's really sucked.
Right.
There's a storm happening right now that is undoubtedly going to take the lives of some Floridians, possibly
Hmm.
many Floridians. If it doesn't
Hmm.
take their life, it's going to wreck their fucking house, and it's going to be
Hmm.
a real problem. And there's also like someone somewhere on Earth right now, probably in many places, there are like children being sold around as like schmexual slaves for rich people or something like that. These are
Right.
all terrible things that could be stopped by the Jesus that's filling the hole in your heart.
Right. With
But
elimination of
he's
free will.
not. But he's not. No, we covered this. You don't have to get rid of free will to stop any of these things. He's not stopping them.
I mean, I didn't
And
hear that
yet
part,
you're
but
still worshiping him. And so that does hurt a bit. When my baby passes away,
hmm.
it's an absolute tragedy, and it's an unfortunate reality of nature. But to you, it was like planned by God to be as such, and you're still worshiping him, saying this is so great, and that hurts me. And so like I do understand why some people are like, here come the fucking Christians again, because it did like there is I'm trying to be like as respectful and cool with it as I can. I hope you're not like
Yeah.
taking offense to this, but like I'm just explaining to you, like I think that's why a lot of people I mean, for me, that is why sometimes I'm like, man, this like hurts that people can sit and like defend slavery or something like that, like some like
Yeah.
really terrible thing, and then still be like, good job, God. And we're like, dude, that sucked that for you to do that. So I don't know.
Yeah. So when should God get involved and when should he not get involved? Is it all, I mean, what are the instances? Tell me, like, when is it okay to get involved? When is it not okay to get involved? What
If you're
what
all
what what would you
powerful,
like
I
him to
think,
do?
yeah, I think he should stop the storm.
Hmm.
I think that he should remove the desires of everyone who wants to do child rape. I think that he should like just let's just like make cancer just make cancer not. That's a fine one to like have there not be, right. I would say like all of the like how do I say schmool scootings. Does that make sense? I don't
I
know how to do
follow.
this.
I think I follow.
Yeah, the pews in public places type of thing. Let's like just wrap it up on those. Like there's a list of things that would be great, and we could still have like
Like a
struggle
perfect
and
world?
drama and issues. No, no, not a perfect world.
Struggle.
Look,
Okay.
on
Struggle
on
where?
on Mr. Rogers there are conflicts. On what's your favorite TV show?
Mm.
Like what like
Penguin is pretty good right now. Have you ever been watching Penguin?
Pengu?
Penguin.
No,
The Penguin. HBO Max.
what was your favorite show like when you were a kid?
Oh, probably like Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man has fighting and stuff in it. That might not be a good example. Do you know about Bluey?
Yeah, I know about Bluey.
Bluey's fucking good, man. That show is like, I have a hard time watching it because I cry a lot during it. But I have kids who like are the age and stuff. It like totally gets me. My kid put it on the other morning, and I was like just chilling, listening to someone else on TikTok, and I just started bawling, just hearing it in the background. I can't
Yeah.
even talk about it. I'm gonna like start crying now because like they really hit home. But here's the thing: no one in Bluey, none of the little puppies are getting raped in Bluey. No, none of the little puppies are
That's a
like
good argument.
enduring
That's a good
cancer in
argument.
Bluey, but they still have conflict. The dad still
Right.
had to leave for a work vacation, and it was really hard on the family, and it was hard on him, and they grew because of this struggle, right?
So you'd
It-
like the world to be like more like Bluey?
oh fuck yeah! Are you kidding me? Wouldn't
Well,
you?
that would be like nice, but I mean, that's not.
There's no
I don't
but needed.
know.
Absolutely. Like, look, if you're saying, um,
Right.
you think it's better that the world has cancer and child rape and hurricanes,
Not better, but that's just the way it is. You can't
but
complain and
but
say
that's not what we're doing right now. We're hypothesizing of how it could
you're
be better.
complaining. You're saying, "Why, God? Why? Why
Yes.
didn't you stop this?" But man,
So, but let's just answer like without
right.
saying that's the way it is. What would you prefer? Would you prefer a world that has all of the child rape, or
Well,
that
no,
doesn't
and
have
that's
all
a
of the child
loaded
rape?
question. That's a rhetorical
It
question, and that's
doesn't.
an easy one that you
It's
can
not
ask me
because
that comes
the
right
other
back to
people
you.
tonight said other answers to it. That's why we struggle with people when they come up and say they're religious, because some of them come up and say, yes, the world is better with this.
Well, I
That's so
think,
fucked up, right?
well, they're not thinking that. It's just this is like a main belief for them. And then these lives are so like, I know y'all feel attacked by Christians. Like, I know y'all have a certain, attitude reaction, but it's like, y'all could give us a chance. And I mean, it's y'all have all the same things. Like, why does grave happen? Why doesn't he get involved
No
in
one has
this?
this. Come on.
Well, that yeah, that's a good point.
Come on.
No one
I got a few
has
other weird ones. You
no,
want some other
hey,
weird
a
ones?
pink and a blue shark. I'm not saying I'm being attacked. I'm just saying, like, in all these lives,
This one has little raccoons praying to a deer Jesus. That one's pretty good.
yeah,
This
see,
one
that's
has Beyonce
super.
as Jesus coming back in the apocalypse, but I got to work on that one.
Yeah.
This has Jesus on a hoverboard. You don't see that in other atheist lives. Um, I don't know. I mean,
But
look,
you're mocking it, right? You agree to that?
no. So like the whole
No,
thing of this.
okay,
So
okay.
I mean,
Come on,
look,
man. You look at
there.
this picture. You can't say you're mocking.
Excuse me. Read the
Okay,
warning.
okay,
Read the
okay,
warning.
okay.
Host might do
No,
jokes.
I know you're
Okay,
making jokes, but
but
I was
do you know
asking you.
about
Sorry.
hoverboards?
Yeah, they're pretty sick.
They don't work over water unless you have power. And this is about omnipotence. He has ultimate power. So even Jesus can actually hoverboard on water. So like this
Okay.
is like, although it's enjoyable and entertaining, it's like the point is like this is omnipotence. He should be able to do this, but obviously this is silly. The silliness of
Right.
it is pointing out as to why it's silly to believe that this guy exists at all.
Right. So then people get on here, and then you're hitting them with these questions that you've practiced, you've researched, and they don't exactly
You
they're not
overestimate me,
ready for
sir.
it. That they're not ready for, and then they just start saying like I just a couple times ago the guy like got so like he believes in this. This is like a big part of his life. You're mocking him, so of course he's going to get flustered and start saying some ridiculous stuff. But how a lot of these lives work. It's a
Yep.
it's a cat and mouse game, brother.
But look,
You're
I'm not
just
out here. I'm not out here
you're
trying to stock up
right,
W's in the debate. I might. Every now and then it happens when someone comes up and is super contentious and Phil Broy. I'm gonna fuck with them a little bit
right,
because I think that they're an embarrassment to society.
yeah,
And at the very least, it's just like there's no like value in having a conversation with them, so we might as well having a little fun. But fanny packs here. Is right. Like just because we're questioning it, we're not mocking it. And I think about this so much is that when I was, like I told you in the beginning, when I was deconstructing, I was confused and like a lot of it did hurt and I
right,
didn't deal with it in a healthy way. It was not like mental health was not on the forefront of my mind. And there was really some bad things that happened. And there was like near self unalivement. There was an attempt even. And it was due to like not having anyone to go through this with. And by having these places, like I just think about like, oh my God, how different that would have been if I had known anyone else on earth was doing this. I thought I was the only person who was like realizing that Christianity's weird. I had no idea. I was just filled with dread, and I'm sure like so many other people in my church were doing it too.
Yeah.
We're thinking that too, but none of us wanted to fucking say it because we were scared of getting hit by a lightning bolt, or worse, getting ostracized from the church and not allowed back in, right? And so
Right.
like it was really scary. And if we had like people like me back then, people like Thinker and Justin and Joel and like Bash, like all the like, there's so many people who are like, oh my gosh, other people are thinking about this.
Yeah.
Holy shit, there's a typo on this. Oh no, I gotta work on that. Hold on, let me get a screen grab. Thank you so much. I just like made a bunch of them today and I made them too fast. Yeah, if I had people like me putting typos on backgrounds back then it would have like made me realize that there's other people going through this and they're doing okay, so I'm gonna be okay, and it would have been a lot less scary.
Yeah. Man, I truly believe a lot of y'all are saying like I'm so content, I am so happy, but at night, do a lot of y'all have like a hard time falling asleep? And you can blame that on a lot of stuff, but it's like you can have success and it's like, wow, I'm so smart. Look how much I've learned. Look how much I've achieved. I've done this all without the church. But why do you still feel empty? And you can say
I
that you
just
don't.
don't like.
You can.
I
No, I'm not
really
even
just
talking
don't.
about you. I'm not talking. I'm talking about everyone in these comments, right? Who show up, right?
If
And
you
they're
want to
getting
talk to the
so
comments, I'll send you
upset,
back
dude.
to the comments.
No.
But
I'm just
yeah,
in
yeah.
general. I'm talking to
Look,
you
no,
and in
look,
general. But yes.
no,
All right.
talk to me.
Yes.
Have you been in Bash's live? You know who that is, Sebastian?
No, I haven't.
You want to see the happiest atheist you've ever seen in your fucking life? He's got a big old pink beard. He's like, so many of us are just like,
While the
just
camera's rolling, he's smiling.
on and off.
Okay.
Follow him up, follow him, and check it out. And absolutely yes.
I bet he looks
Like
super happy online, dude. I bet he looks really happy. You check out his profile, say, "Wow,
this is
that
the
guy is
judgy
so
shit that makes us
happy."
not like Christians. That
That's
you're
I'm
claiming
judgy.
you're
I'm being
claiming to
judgy.
know us better than we are telling you that we know ourselves. It hurts
I
to do that
guess.
to me.
I
It's like it's
suppose, but
insulting to do that to me.
well,
Yeah.
I'm asking y'all, like, you can say you're truly happy, but really think about it.
Why don't you? Do you think I'm lying?
No, I don't think you're lying.
So you
I
think I
just want to
really
put that
do feel
question.
happy, but I'm wrong to feel happy?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
All right. Okay, I am saying that right, actually the first time you might have been right. I might be saying that I am claiming to know y'all better than you know
Well, don't
yourself
do that.
because yeah, sorry.
Don't do that. All right.
But that was my point. So,
Okay.
but I'm sorry.
Well, go work on that. Okay. I'm gonna bring up the next guest now. Thanks,
All
Iceboy.
right. Have a good night. God loves you.
All right. Thanks for telling me that because I wasn't gonna sleep tonight, but now I will. A little bit of God loves you, and maybe a Benadryl. We'll see what happens. Wait, who is this? They're not connecting. We had a guest, Heather Campbell. It's not working. Heather, if you are in the queue here, I'm gonna drop you because it wasn't connecting, but just jump back up and I will let you right back in, no problem. While we have a real quick lull, I'm gonna read the Discord here. Snapshot's been killing me in the Discord. Oh, hey Lisa, yeah. And this game with Darth Dawkins followed Mezzo. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Wait, are you sure it was him or was it Joyful's fake Darth Hawkins one? I hear people talk about Darth Dawkins, but I don't see him go live. I don't think I blocked him. Like it doesn't come up in my algorithm. But I also don't make a habit of like going into Christian lives because like the last guest was asking me about like how I get my purpose and my meaning and my joy. I do get joy from doing this, but I don't get joy from doing that. So like to go like try to put up with someone who's insufferable. I'd much rather be insufferable myself and force my insufferability on them. Look at this typo. Fisaton. Yeah, Joyfuls is Darth Hawkins. Yeah, it's really good. Okay, I'm gonna just put the music on. It's gonna take like 20 seconds. I gotta fill my water up. I'm like so dried up, and I need to have a wet mouth for this next part. All right, here's a little music. Be right back real quick. I saw, I forgot to answer. Someone asked if I have a YouTube. There is a Mesosphere YouTube, but it's just music only. I'm not doing my, I'm not like running my debates over there. I don't know who asked that. How you doing, Alice? How you doing, Kat? 3 Pips, what's up? Oh, the music with the background. That is a good background for this song. I didn't even think about that. Except the typo. It's all I can see. Who was asking about the YouTube? Cousin of the Decepticons. Percy, that's fucking funny. That's really funny. Kat, I did the same thing with Boris. I was in there, and then I had to send a message to Joel while I was in there. I was like, "Hey, I'd love to hang out in here and support you, but I can't listen to 18 more minutes of his rants." Oh, it was JC the Pay. JC the Pacey. Is that the right way to say it? Yeah, I have a YouTube, but it's like it's just music. Yeah. Nice little loop that turned into. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one a lot. Is No Ordinary Love on it? No, I don't think there's any. There might be some covers. I did like a really long time ago. I did all of OK Computer, like front to back Radiohead's OK Computer, and that was like an hour long thing. So that might be up there. But there's probably like very few other covers up there. Yeah. But I mean, I can just do it again. So the whole thing about the looper is, I think I've talked about this. It's, when you see like, Buddhist monks with their colorful sand piles and they tap on the thing that lets a little bit of sand out in different colors and they make these gorgeous colorful mandalas. And I gotta change the background. Everyone's talking shit in the in the Discord. It's fine. I also, you want to see the other, so real quick, so then they erase them. That's the whole thing. So they make this big thing, they spend 2 days, and then when they're done, they just sweep it up. They don't like take a picture of it, they just sweep it up, right? And that's kind of what the looper is too. So like this sound is gonna be gone. right? At the end of the show, I just turn it off and it goes and it's erased. Now you can save them. There's a few I keep saved and some ones that I like, but usually I just delete them. Yeah, it's gonna be gone. I know. It's just part of it though. It's like part of the weird beauty of it is like you make a music and you don't hang on to it. You don't dwell on it. You just like move past it. Yeah. But the other typo, I don't know if you can really see this. I was trimming up my facial hairs today, and it my I have just like an electric thing that like and there's like a clip on top that kind of like makes it longer so you can change the length and rotate a wheel and do like longer and shorter parts. And unbeknownst to me, it broke a little bit. And so like I thought it was set on like 10, but it actually was down to 0. And I went and did under my neck and it was fine. It was kind of down low, but I was like, wait, what's going on? And I trimmed way shorter. So I have like a much thinner beard line than I normally do. And I had to like even it out. And I was like, oh man, that sucks. I don't really like that, but it's fine. It's kind of under the neck. And then I fixed it and got it sorted out. And I went to trim right here and it broke again. And I like right here, let me see if I can get close. You can see this. There, right there. You see, there's just like a whole missing mustache. Isn't that stupid? And it's not so bad here because this side of my face is sort of darker anyways. And like, whatever, I don't care that much. But like, I have a meeting tomorrow. I have a meeting tomorrow with like not my normal work people, but with an outside production team. And like with like it's the team is they're very cool people, but it's the team of someone who like I like and respect very much and learn a lot from, and you would all definitely know their name, but I'm not gonna say it, and it's gonna be kind of weird and embarrassing. So maybe I'll just maybe I'll color it in. We'll see. I'm a little blonde. You could tell if I did it. Yeah. Yeah. Eyebrow brush. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to change the background, not because of the typo, but because we're not getting any guests now, and I want to get a few more. And actually, while I'm here, let's see how these all look. So this one is like, yeah, the text is in a better spot. The deer's kind of up high, but I like that it's subtle. That's cool. I switched this one around so the people would be over here. I think that's nice looking. Oh yeah, these are looking good. Much easier to read, I think. Oh yeah, this is good stuff. Here's Heathen Heaven. And then, put it back on this one. This is the new one. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I think it was it Cake? Asked if I use Fruity Loops. Sorry, I saw that and I set it aside and I forgot to get to it. No, I don't. I have it's all physical. I don't have a DAW. It's called DAW, digital audio, whatever that thing is called. It's all an actual physical like looping machine that I have right here. You know. Yeah. Which is fun, and like there's foot pedals for it, so like while I'm doing stuff, when it gets to the end of the loop, I tap the pedal and it sends it into the loop. And I actually use like it has a built-in drum machine that I use for the beats. Like it's pretty actually sick. But I also add beats from my piano that has beats in, and I sync up the like BPMs, and then like record them in. So this is from the piano, but it's at the same BPMs, and I just like trigger it all at the same time, and so I can play them both together. So you can get some like more complex patterns, right? Yeah. It's like way too much fun to play with. I've definitely come out here alone and just partaken in the lettuce of the Lord and just like chilled and just made like, because it's, when you're making a loop and people are watching, it's really fun, it's enjoyable, but you don't want to spend like 45 minutes building up one song. But when you're alone, you can just like really sit with it and take your time and make it really good, and you get some sick good real shit. Yeah. Yep. I like it. Maybe we should just, what time is it? Maybe we should just do Ordinary Love and then go to bed. What do you think about that? Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Good to see you again. Yeah, I think maybe let's do a song. You know what I realized? I need to, yeah, by Sade. I need to, and hi, Tracy, how you doing? I need to make a background that's just like, this is just a music thing so that, I can just do a song. Although this is a little Ziggy Stardusty, so maybe that's it. I don't really do Bowie anymore. I mean, I could do, I've never done this on piano. That's why it's a little slow. It's a guitar one. Take your protein. Let's see, it's not it. Take your protein pills and take your protein pills and put your hammer on. Ground control to major tone. Ground control to major tone. I was trying to do the loopy thing. This is ground control to major tone. You've rarely made the grade, and the papers want to know shirt to wear. Now it's time to leave your capsule if you dare. This is major time to ground control. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in the most peculiar way, and the stars look very different today. So we could do No Ordinary Love, or we could do Smooth Operator. I have like 300 songs on my song list. So I mean, you know, you want to hear the same one, or do you want something new? I do some pretty sick Janet Jackson and Dua Lipa. I do New Rules by Dua Lipa, and it's actually pretty good. Oh, we got a guest. Never mind. No music for you guys. John Matthews, how old are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 25. I've bounced back and forth between agnostic and Christian for years.
Oh, yeah. I did that for a while. I get you.
Yeah, I mean, I was like a huge atheist, like 17, 18. Like huge. And I was raised Protestant, so like I was a rebel.
Yeah.
But like, I guess I had like one time I don't know if it was the weed or something else, bro, but I smoked some weed.
I don't think you're allowed to say that on TikTok. Like, can you say something else maybe?
What about like
I partook and I had lettuce. Just say lettuce.
Lettuce. All right, I'll say that. So like I smoked some lettuce.
No, the smoke is the best.
Oh shoot, okay. I ate some lettuce. And like, dude, I don't know what happened, bro. I was just like, I had some like spiritual thoughts. And it was like, somehow like I went to a hardcore atheist to I got down on my knees and like accepted Jesus. And like as soon as that happened, bro, like my mind like exploded. Like I actually like felt it. Like as soon as I said I accept Jesus, it was crazy. So like my point is, humans can like, is it God is real, or can humans convince themselves anything that they want to be true? That's my question.
So you had an experience where you were an atheist, and then you took mind-altering substances, and then something happened to you, and then you're saying that you're wondering if things can be real. Was that I missed the kind of last question. Say the last question one more time.
Can humans convince themselves of anything?
Yes.
Exactly. That's kind of like where I'm at. My point is like, the only thing I disagree with you
Well,
on,
maybe. I mean, like it's possible that we're all just products of our surroundings. So maybe like we can't truly convince ourselves, but we can alter our surroundings to help be more convincing to us, right? So like if you really want to believe in God, you could put a lot more like godly stuff up around your house, and it will like remind you about it all the time, and it'll be in your brain, and then you'll start to have more dreams about it and think that God's talking to you through dreams, even though it's like not true. You've sort of convinced yourself.
yeah, you're right about that. But you know what the crazy thing is? Like, even after that crazy experience, like 2 days later, I totally forgot about it. It reminded me of like a dream, basically. Like, you know how you have a crazy dream and then like 2 minutes later you forget about it? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I might do that about this conversation.
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The only thing I disagree with you on, I don't want to deny Christianity because I've had the fear instilled in me since I was a young kid. Like, we literally got told, if you don't believe this, you're gonna get tortured for eternity. But at the same time, I do believe evil exists.
Yeah, I put that too.
Oh shit! I thought it said evil.
It's the God part that doesn't.
Yeah, I thought it said evil doesn't. But anyway, yeah. Okay. Well, I guess shit. I thought it said evil doesn't exist. Shit. Well, either way,
By the way, I don't think evil exists in a supernatural sense. And sorry, everyone, I'm shaking the camera. I'm trying to make a poll here real quick. I just think that I think people can be bad enough that it warrants the word being evil.
yeah, I think people are very bad. Like most
Well,
people.
some of them. I'm not. Like, speak for yourself.
Well, yeah. I mean, I understand some people are good, but like most people just care about themselves. Like, there's very few people that like care about things other than themselves. And like my experience, the only thing that really like keeps me like kind of like identifying with religion is just because I've seen people and they have such good lives with religion. Like, even if what they believe in isn't true, they have such a good life. Like, in my opinion, like just people I know that are Christians, like even if what they believe in isn't true, they have a really, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to start a poll. So real quick, people, there's a poll up of what song we can run next, and there's a couple of options there. So go ahead and pick it. And who the fuck is this in the guest box? Okay. Yeah, John. Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. That was like super rude. I was like distracted trying to make a poll, and I've never done it before, and I was doing it left-handed, and so I didn't tune into the entire thing there. But it also seems like, I mean, we agree that evil exists, maybe in different ways. But do you still believe in God? You said you're bouncing back and forth.
Man, I think honestly, if I'm being honest with you, like I'm just talking to a dude on TikTok live, but like, dude, it's like this is like a big decision for me. Like, I cannot tell you how much existential thoughts has controlled me. Like, I'm looking at the sky and just thinking, what the heck. But the only thing that's really keeping me in it is the fear. That's
Yeah.
the only
Okay.
thing that's keeping me in it.
So, dude, I was you, just so you know. And in fact, down to the looking at the sky. There's a place, I'm from a small town in eastern Washington, and there was a place behind my high school that was like sort of like it was undeveloped. There was a few houses and then it just stopped, and there was like a wheat field. And it didn't seem to belong to anybody yet. Like they were like someone had owned it to put houses up, but they hadn't done it yet. And so it was just like there, and you could just walk out and chill on it. And I would go and I would watch the sunset almost every day after high school. There was like a year where I did that instead of like hanging out with friends and stuff. And I was going through this existential crisis, and I found my diary, like a little journal type thing that started around that time, where in the beginning of the journal I'm a full-blown believer, and then by the end of it I'm questioning stuff, and I'm falling out of it, and I'm getting away from it. And there are a lot of dark ass things in that journal. It was a struggle, in and outness. Oh, Childish Gambino wins the poll. Wow, I did not see that coming. Okay, cool. We'll do that next. But the point of it is like a big thing that was clinging me to it was that fear. I was really scared, and I didn't want to say that I wasn't believing it, because I was genuinely fearful of hell. And it is scary. It's a really scary thing to say that eternity's gonna last forever and you're gonna have your skin ripped off the whole time. That sucks. But like I was just saying to, I think it was the last guest, like, if I had known there were people like this on TikTok who were also going through it, it would have been a lot easier for me. And so that's why I'm telling you that I went through it, is that a lot of us go through that. And it's not like weird to be scared. I don't think you're scared of an actual being. I just think that you're scared of what you've been taught. And so I'm only just telling you that so that you don't feel like alone. We really we all had that, all of us who deconstructed.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I appreciate that, but it's like the people that, like, for instance, the people that get me and like that understand. It's like, does it sound weird to identify more with the Southern group, like Southern country boys, strong dad, and the people that understand me in this context aren't like that. Like, they aren't like, I don't know, man. It's like I was raised in a different culture, man. I was raised in the dirty South, but it's just like everybody that I want to be like doesn't think like me. Like, none of my people I look up to think like me.
Let's see if you know some South. What if I do this? Does that do anything for you?
kind of confused.
Does that make you think of any Southern song? Tracy got it. Okay. Sorry, I just didn't get it. It's just Nelly.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I made music too.
Hot in. That's another song. That's actually a really fun one to loop. All right. Well, hey, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. It's near the end of the show. I do have one more guest I want to get to, but listen, like, whether you end up believing or not believing, like, I'm not trying to like sway more people to our side. It is true that the gates to our side are wide, and we accept all people. So you're super welcome to come and join us in heathen heaven sometime over here. And I would encourage you to not be too scared of saying what you think is real and what you think isn't real, because we are as God made us if he's real. And so if he made you questioning, don't fight that temptation. But also if you do end up like, staying with it, I just hope that this experience leads you to not be like one of the hard pressed ones, like the guy who's about to come up next.
Well, can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
Last honest questions. You might feel a little bit of offense, but don't. I promise. Would you like used to be like? Because I'm younger than you actually. Would you used to be like against painting your fingernails?
There was a period of time where I would have been, but not for religious reasons, probably.
Like to me, I don't know. Like that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, I guess I got some masculinity in me. I don't know. I could never do that. That's why I'm just having some hard time relating with you.
Oh, you don't have to do this to like be a man or to not be a man or to be religious or not. This is just like purely the same thing as like wearing a necklace. It's just a clothing choice. Like it doesn't mean anything,
I guess you're right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, man.
Well, I'm sorry. Like if like that Cat's right. Like, look, if you put on nail polish, you can take it right off. It's not a tattoo. And it's one of those things where like, I don't think you should knock it until you try it. Like go get some from the dollar store, just get a cheap one and get some remover and go lock your door and paint them all. It's going to look really shitty the first time, especially your right hand, because you have to do it with your left hand and it looks really sloppy. But just try it and do it and then look at it. And you might look down and go like, holy shit, this actually looks really cool. I like it. And then just take it off.
I can never do that, man. I'm sorry. I can never do that.
Don't be so closed-minded. It's just like, and then you just take it off and you just look at it and take it off. It's not a big deal. You don't have to tell us. In fact, tell us right now that you're not going to do it and we'll all know. Okay.
Why
are you going to do it?
No.
All right. Thanks, man. Take care. Okay. Why am I doing this? Let's see. Let's see what this is. Hey, what do you need?
I'm assuming, is this a problem of evil type of life?
Oh yeah, that's what this was about.
Yeah, so state your case. How, like, are you saying like there's like a logical contradiction, like evil, like both God and evil can't exist simultaneously?
Yeah, like if there was this all-powerful, all good, all-knowing, all-present God, then there wouldn't be like fundamentalist Christians doing like terrible things to people who of like the LGBTQ community or something like that. Like these types of evils would not exist because God would intervene. So it's possible that a God exists, but not that one.
Yeah, so what's the argument for that?
If I were watching somebody do like a S, when I say SA, what that means? Like,
of course.
Okay, if I were watching somebody do that to someone else and it was well within my power to stop it and just say, like, it was happening right next to me in my garage, and I could say, hey, get out of here, don't do that, and shoo them away. But I didn't. I watched and was like, yeah, this is happening right here, and I'm just going to just watch this happen. and I don't like it, but I'm just watching it happen. Would you say that I was like kind of an accomplice in that? Would I am I do I have some moral blame there?
That scenario is generally vague, but I know what you're getting at.
It's a very specific scenario that I just detailed. Yeah, I'm here. I'm watching somebody SA another person.
I
and
was actually gonna answer the way that you wanted me to, but like if you would just let me speak. So, yes, the scenario is vague and there's a lot of assumptions in the scenario, but I know what you're getting at. And as to what you're getting at, yes, you are correct. You would be
Okay.
an accomplice in that. So
Right.
I
So
know
I
what
have
you
some
mean, so
moral.
I'm
I
not
have
gonna-
some moral blame in that scenario.
Yeah, like I would say, like you were kind of a bystander.
Absolutely. So I'm not all good in that scenario, but God does stand by and watch, at least per his description, to be all knowing and all powerful and all places. He does stand by and watch and not interrupt the obvious by case, meaning that some of them do happen, right? And so that makes him morally responsible, which means he can't be all good.
Yeah, that's kind of a non sequitur. And it's a
It's actually a defeater is the word you're looking for, yeah.
yeah, no, because you're gonna have to establish that it's a defeater. It's a non sequitur, and I can establish.
Yeah, so if you just said that if a being
could
is
I-
watching another being that they can't be all good because they did a bad thing, and then we said God did the same thing, so God did a bad thing, so he's not all good. It means God still might exist, but he's not all good.
That's not what that means, and I can get to that if you would actually let me get an opportunity to speak. If that's okay with you. Okay, so
I'm honestly just fucking with him at this point. I'm probably gonna move on. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we let him try to like say an answer here? Does anyone care what this guy's answer is? I think I don't. I think we don't care about what your answer is.
I host the live. I mean, I was of the belief that
I host the live for other people that are cooler than you. It's not for everyone. Yeah. It wasn't with Phil, but his name was like white Christian male. Like we knew going into it that it wasn't going to be a fun one. That's all right. They don't all have to be good. Oh, that's what. Someone was like really weird with the beat here. I was on the wrong beat. I got to do it again. I know that sounded cool, but like something was messing with me. It was way too fast. Yeah, that's what it was. Sorry about that.
can feel it in the streets on a day like this. That heat, it feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. You can feel it in the streets on a day like this. That heat, it feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. You can feel it in the streets on a day like this. That heat, it feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. You can feel it in the streets on a day like this. That heat, it feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. 7 billion souls that move around the sun, rolling faster, faster, not a chance to slow down. And slow down. And men who made machines that want what they decide. And parents trying to tell the children, please slow down. And slow down. You can feel it in the streets on a day like this. That heat, it feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. And every day it's hotter than the one before. Running out of water, it's about to go down. Go down. Air that kills the bees that we depend upon. Birds were singing, but waking up to no sound. No sound. And you can feel it in the streets on a day like this. That heat, it feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer.
Yeah, it's a nice loop. That turned out nice. Hey, Heather, how old are you?
18.
Are you religious?
I'm a Catholic.
That's a yes, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I mean, I was kind of wrapping up here, but if you want to chat real quick about God, I'm down.
I respect if people don't believe in God because that's their own way of believing it, but I believe in God.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't. I think that it's like, do you think that God is like all the omnis? Do you know what I mean? Like with that?
No.
So the omnis are like omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, and this just means like, it means like all, like perfectly all powerful, able to do everything, perfectly all good and loving, perfectly all everywhere, like omnipresent means he exists everywhere. What was the other one I said? Omniscient. He knows everything perfectly. I do think that those properly describe God.
Yeah, I believe he believes everything.
He believes everything?
No, sorry, I get mixed up. Sorry,
Oh, no, okay.
I get mixed up.
I thought we had a cool, interesting new argument. That was going to be fun. No, okay, yeah, I get you. Yeah, if he believes everything, then he believes atheism is true, and then that's confusing, right? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, but he knows everything. So, like, this description runs into contradictions, and contradictions just can't exist. So, like, that's why I don't believe. And look, I don't know if you have like a firm reason that you like to believe, but this is a place where we debate these things, and so I'm kind of double checking because you're young. I don't want to like try to shake your faith right here if that's not what if you're not interested in.
I just find it interesting, mostly.
Religion or the conversation about like deconstructing it?
Religion, because mostly it's really interesting to me on like, yeah, it's interesting. And mostly I go to church and overall the priest is really nice to me and a lot of people are nice there too, are to me. And I also like hearing the stories they have there too.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Bible is I think a great work of fiction. I think it's fascinating. I think that like some of the ritual that comes along with religion is enjoyable. Some of it's creepy as hell. But the idea of singing together, I think, is nice. I enjoy that sometimes. The old people are always flat, but that's all right. That's fine. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that's enjoyable. There's a lot of kind people that live in churches and stuff. But the like fact of it is that if God is as you just described him, then he literally cannot exist. I mean, maybe a different type of God exists, but it can't be that one because that is like an impossible contradiction. Do you have any thoughts on that or?
I don't, it's like 2 a.m. I just woke up.
What did you join for? Did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, I was just scrolling through lives. Well, not on lives, through my For You page, and this popped up.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, this is like a debate. Like, I normally I would just like dig in right now and explain to you like why all these contradictions don't make sense and like why it's impossible for this God to exist. But I can kind of tell in your tone of voice that you're not really here for that, and so I don't want to I'm not here to try to like shake things up if it's working well for you. As long as you're not like hurting anyone with it, like do your thing. That's fine with me.
Yeah, people have opinions, and it's okay to have opinions.
Yeah. Do you want to hear the thing about the omnipotence and the omnis being contradicting, or do you not want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. So there's a few problems with this. Like, if God is all good and all powerful, meaning all powerful means he can do anything, then you can't be both of those because some things are not good, right? Like you can't like just step on a cat for fun to hurt it because that's not all good. So that's outside of his capabilities. So you can't be able to do all capabilities and be all good. All good limits you. It limits your capabilities to only good things. And there's some other things too, like if you're all knowing and you absolutely, like by definition, must know everything, then you also can't do something. You can't forget something. You also can't learn something because you already have learned everything, right? So there's like this growing list of things that it's impossible for God to do because of his other limitations, right? Which just makes omnipotence kind of meaningless, I guess, you know? Does that make sense?
Sort of.
All right.
Well, I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah, dream about it. Think about it. Have a good night, and come back sometime if you're awake and you want to chat about it more. I'm like, look, there's a lot of really grumpy ass atheists out there, but I win best atheist award like time and time again. They keep Christians keep giving me the award, so I'll be chill with you if you ever want to talk about it and like chat these things out and see if God really exists. All right.
Have a really good night or day. I hope you have a very good life.
All right. I'll be praying for you. And we'll see. I could tell, like by the tone of voice, that like she didn't know what it was, and so I didn't want to do the whole thing. Hey, dog, welcome in.
Hey,
How
what's
old
up?
are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 28. I'm a Christian.
Cool. Welcome. Do you mean to be here?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think the last guest really meant to be here, but yeah, welcome in. What do you want to say here?
Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely believe in God. I mean, who else created the universe? What do you think created the universe?
I think I don't know for sure. Chat, let me know. It sounds like your mic is muffled. Like it kind of sounds like you're coming through a
How
little
does it
bit.
sound now?
Same. Like maybe your Bluetooth's in your pocket or something.
Nah, it's just off my phone right now.
Do you have a Bluetooth?
No, it's off my phone.
Is your phone upside down?
How's it sound now?
Yeah, it sounds the same. It sounds like nothing. It's super muffled. Oh, wait. It seems like it's clearing up. Try to talk now. Oh, he's doing something. I can kind of hear what he's saying. I mean, we can put up with it. It's not the worst sound quality I've ever heard. It's a mouthful of yams. You know, fuck, my wife made me, one of the hardest my wife's ever made me laugh, which is tough because she is super funny and she gets me a lot. But we were listening to Jewel, and we're talking about how when Jewel sings, and I like Jewel a lot. I like Jewel, don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm down with Jewel. But she kind of has like a, and she said something about like, she just sounds like she's singing with a whole wet mop in her mouth, and I couldn't handle it anymore. Hey, A-Dog, you want to try again?
Yeah. So, who do you think invented light then? Where did light come from?
I don't think light was an invention. I think it was it's here via natural processes, and I think that it's just part of like it's the byproduct of energy, and that energy has been around forever because energy and matter can't be like created or destroyed. So I don't think it's a who question.
Okay. So it just came out of nowhere then, is what you're saying.
I just think that it never came. I think it's always been.
It's always been. That's what you think?
Yeah, at least energy has. I mean, there maybe was a time when like all the light was off. I don't know how that would work though. That's a little confusing. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. But I don't think that it like I don't think you can invent light. I don't know if you got a phone call or something. Who's in Mumblecore? Oh shit. That's so funny. Like those rappers who like don't even show up to like don't even like go to work. You came to work. Like stand up. You tell they're just sitting in the back going, yeah. Are you there? I mean, what do you think? Do you think something can come from nothing?
Yep, basically. Well, I mean, this whole conversation is going nowhere. I mean, you can't hear me, which I'm pretty sure you can. But
You can like listen. I'll like make a clip of this. It's really muffled, and then like you're leaving the app, and I can't hear you when you talk off of the app. So you have to stay like on the screen for us to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Great stuff. Do I really need to make a clip of it? I could hear him when he was talking. It was just very muffled, and then he kept leaving. And I thought he was like trying to fix his phone when he was leaving, but I'm realizing now he was probably just talking a bunch. So that's fun. Yeah, he'll be okay. Microphones are $5 on the TikTok shop. For real, like you can get a pretty easy headset or just one of the little Bluetooth things that people hold way too close. Like they're supposed to be a lapel and they get up and they're like, "Hey, let me tell you a really cool thing about the internet that you're going to love." And it's like, get out of my ears. I'm sorry for doing that to you all. Hey, my cat. All right. Pet the cat. Everyone's chance right now. Tap the screen to pet the cat. She loves it. Hey. Okay. Never mind. We have 2 more guests here. Let's see. Usually you do the whole song and the crowd drops down and everyone leaves, but here we are sitting pretty at almost 100 people. Share it with your friends. Air Life. I'm sorry, you got me right in the middle of a burp and that was super rude. I'm so sorry. How old are you and what's your religion?
No problem, man. How you been? So I'm 27. I am an Orthodox Christian. I think we've talked before, if you can remember.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I
Yes.
don't really like. I recognize
Yeah.
your voice and your name, but I say this a lot. I very much
Yes.
black out when I have conversations with people, and it's hard to remember what really happens.
Definitely. You look like a famous man, I can see. And
Yeah,
you're busy. One guest after another, obviously.
Were
So
you
I
the
am an
guy? Did I
Orthodox.
did I just like smoke you and fold you up in a debate? Was that you?
I wouldn't like to think of conversations that way. A bit.
Okay, that must have been someone
Yes.
else. Yeah. Okay.
You like to smoke people?
I'm just. Look, there's a warning that says right here I might do jokes. Okay.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
You smoke people. You obliterate them. Okay. So evil exists, God doesn't. You sound so certain about that. The confidence.
There's not even a period. It's not that certain. I did a comma showing that I should be using
Yeah.
punctuation, and then I never ended the sentence.
What do you think about the concept of certainty?
Oh, I don't know.
You
I don't
about
think about certainty that much.
somebody once said atheists are more dogmatic than religious people because religious people at least question their God. Atheists are just, there is something, a word that I don't want to use. Arrogant would be that. Certain, close-minded, I guess. They seem to have this declarative statements about God as if they understand the sophisticated theology, the culture, the context. They are experts. Whenever you hear an atheist, it's like, God said this, and you did this. It must be this. Full stop, period. Wow.
I mean, like, are you
Anyway,
just coming up here to say what someone else insulted us about, or do you have like something to
no,
add to this conversation?
every train of thought or every school of thought has a culture behind it. When you say Christianity, you see a culture behind it. Islam, a culture. Hinduism, a culture. Atheism, there is a culture of, you know what I mean? Detestability. So let's talk.
Do you think I fall in line with that?
I don't know.
Have I like displayed detestability?
No.
Do you think that if one atheist is detestable, that they all are?
Yeah, if only one is detestable, then it wouldn't be a culture, would it?
How many does
Talking
it take?
about-
Like if it's half?
It's an ethos. You know what an ethos is? It's
So like if
modus
the
operandi.
Christian community, the Christian culture is like not all of them, but the majority of them are like berating the
2.8.
LGBTQ community and saying like it's not okay to be gay, you're gonna go to hell, and being like total dicks in that way. Then is the Christian ethos a dick?
The religious ethos in general is homophobic. It's
I know it's a
anti-LGBTQ.
problem. It's a problem for your
Yeah.
side.
You're talking about. It's not a side. It's the world that you're talking about. It's not Christianity.
Well,
The whole world.
right now there's 2 of us.
Yeah.
I'm on one
I
side and you're on the
understand.
other.
I understand. And I represent the majority. Would you say? The majority of planet Earth.
But say that the homophobic majority. That's your
Absolutely.
side. Yeah. Are you
And
homophobic?
you're the pro LGBTQ minority, right?
I mean, I don't know what the numbers are. But yeah, I mean, are
The
you
eldest.
personally homophobic, or is there something that you go
Would
into
you
other
say
debates and try to tell other Christians, hey, stop doing that?
stop doing what? Drawing boundaries, sexual boundaries, social boundaries? You don't like that?
Yeah, like do you go in and say, hey, stop being homophobic to the other Christians, or are you like, we should keep doing this?
It depends on what you mean homophobic. People use a lot of buzzwords.
The way
You
you use the word
have to be
first, the way you
specific.
meant it.
Yes, what I meant is we don't appreciate disordered sexuality. Nobody does. We have ideals, we have models.
We don't do that here.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, him? How old are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 24 and I have an eclectic worldview, so I can't say I belong to any particular religion.
Do you follow the
So
teachings of Jesus Christ?
many of them, yes.
Sadak Mac, Biftaj. This is an acronym that you should try to remember because, I mean, maybe you like describing it in this way where it's like, just so you know, it's eclectic, but it might, for your actual self, that's good. But when you're coming to these conversations, if someone says, hey, what's your religion? Like if an atheist conversation, and you say, I'm Sadak Mac, they will know that what you mean is that you don't like subscribe to any particular religion, especially like I'm not a Christian. But that you do follow the teachings of Jesus and maybe some other people. So if you can remember Sadak Mac, it will help you out in the future. There's a little free tip.
I appreciate that, man. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that insight. What do you mean by evil when you say evil exists?
Yeah, so this is set up as a two-word version of the argument against evil. Diana sort of typed it out there, but I didn't spell it perfectly right. There's a there's a emote that some people have. Holy shit, Danny joined. Wow, come on up if you would like to. I would love to chat with you. Yeah, so this is a two-word, fuck, I'm tired. A four-word version of the argument against of evil. And so it's an internal critique about the described God can't exist. There, hey, thanks, Snapshot. That's the Sadak Mac Biff Taj. It's an acronym saying, so I don't actually consider myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. That's what that stands for. Yeah, so this is just the classic argument of evil. Now, me personally, I also do think, even though I'm an atheist, that a form of evil exists, but I don't think it's supernatural.
That seems like a very disparaging acronym. I will consider that in the future.
It's not meant to be. It's like literally what we people just say a lot, and like it's good to not be a Christian. I think that's fine. So it's like you're in good company with it.
Right. Yeah. So if I'm getting what you're saying correctly, with the two, what you're saying is essentially, if evil exists, then God doesn't. Period. Is that?
If the type of evil that is described in the Bible exists, then the type of God that is described in the Bible cannot exist. That's like the longer version of it, but limited
I
word
see.
space.
Does that also mean that there? How do I put this? Is it possible for you to conceive that the description of God in the Bible is an incomplete description of the thing that they were trying to describe?
Absolutely. I think it would have to be the case. However, it's when you use words like all and perfect, you do complete the description because you can't like qualify that to be like it's kind of all or it's pretty perfect. Like that doesn't actually make sense. You know what I mean?
Well, you
Once
have
you use
to get.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, just
Well,
just once you use words like all and perfect, you've completed the description in that like part of the description. So if you say he's all good, then that means
right.
there is no badness.
But yeah, but then we also have to make assumptions about what entails perfect and imperfect and good and bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's why. Well, I mean, you can make assumptions, but if you're doing an internal critique, then it's whatever you think, right? So I don't have to assume. I can ask, and I don't know if like this perfectly applies to you because you're not like a standard Christian. I don't know if you think God has all the omni properties or anything like that. But for
Most of
those
them.
who do, then it's a problem, right? Because it runs into this conundrum of, well, here is this all powerful, all good being who could stop all this evil, and it's good to stop evil, but evil is not being stopped. Therefore, something isn't making sense here, right?
Right. Yeah, and so I think there was a very large mistake that was made when they tried to quantify an all-powerful being as an also all-good being. Because if something is truly going to be all-powerful, then it has to entail both of the attributes of good and evil.
Yep, I'm with you.
Right. And so, I think they had a great description of that God, for example, in the Tao Te Ching, where they described the eternal Tao as a
I know. I love the
non-dualistic.
void, dude. I'm right there with you, man. Look, I talk about. I like try to recommend this book to people who are, like kind of trying to get out of Christianity, but still feel like there's something there. The Tao is fucking it, man. Like I'm right
Yeah,
there with you. I
I
love it.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree. And so if I dispense myself with the idea that this traditionally conceived sky wizard is existing, and I integrate instead that this true light that encompasses both light and darkness, that thing might be the thing that is the truly perfect thing. And I think what you end up finding in the New Testament is that there's a lot of beauty and salvation that comes out of tragedy. And even if you are the perfect man, for instance, even if you make food come out of the sky, you're still not exempt from the tragedies of evil.
Yeah.
And and I think that by itself, g- hypothetically, God Himself, if He bled, then that would mean that if even He is not exempt from evil and suffering, then that would therefore make it perfect.
So, couple things.
Okay.
One, if the God is more like the Tao, it definitely makes my job disputing the existence of God much more difficult. The type of like that God is emotional and has feelings and desires and is so human makes it so obvious that it's made up by us, right? Once you make it more Taoist, it's a little bit more difficult because the Tao is more like this force of nature that doesn't have a name, right? And so I don't know if you're what you rub in your mic on, but it's kind of loud
Oh,
coming
my
through.
bad.
Yeah, it's okay. Just people, just
I
for the
lifted it up.
people.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. So I still think so. Like when I read that, I used that as a like pathway to deconstruction, and that set that like disembodied God for me a bit at first. There are some people who, and I still think there's great lessons in the Tao, but I don't think that there is the Tao anymore. I just don't.
Okay.
Like it was a really good pathway out, and I still think about it like metaphorically. I'm into it. I'm way more into it than Christianity.
Yeah.
And I think like it's funny that it was a pathway out because Tao literally means like the path, like the way, right?
Yeah.
Um,
What made you bring what brought you to that conclusion that there isn't even an eternal Tao?
because I still think you run into some of the other, well, like the main thing, like normally when people kind of come and say, that this larger, greater universe, like that is like the forces are God. I think it's sort of a misnomer, like to name it God. So with Taoism, it's not. It's like it says no, it's unnamed, and so like that's really good for it because normally like people say that is God. It's like no, because now you're confusing me. I'm thinking of the Sky Wizard, right, that you were talking about. So like,
Yeah.
don't call it that. Call it Creator or something else. Tao is a good name for it, but it still doesn't seem like there's a need for it to explain all of what is around us. So like just like it's Occam's razor, right? So
Right.
if all of what we're seeing and experiencing can be described via natural processes, and like they do have names like physics, gravity, like whatever, the atomic theory, these types of things, they didn't know Lao Tzu didn't know about those, right? But or maybe he had great insight. Who fucking knows? Because he was pretty smart. But so like I think that he was trying to name that type of stuff like nature, capital N nature, right? The
Right.
process of nature, and just kind of saying like there is something, but he didn't have the exploration or the data to back up what that was. Now we know enough of what that is to kind of say like, yeah, that's nature. That is what it does. Nature does these things. The cosmos acts like that, and I think we don't need to have, in addition to nature, the natural processes of the cosmos, we don't need to also have a Tao to explain anything. And so just Occam's razor, it's like one less thing to contemplate, you know?
I see. So I conceive of that as more of a definitional thing there, and so I don't make any scientific claims about an existence of a god because,
Yeah.
by definition, I can make it unfalsifiable by simply making the claim that one common thread amongst many cultures throughout all of Asia and the Middle East was that this God was transcendent to nature. So if you're going to look for God in nature, you're of course not going to find him there, right? Because that by definitionally he is transcendental to it.
Super nature. Yeah.
Right, right. So there there has to be this thing, right? We know that the progress of science and the amount that we don't know is an asymptotic curve that will only approach a zero. We will never be able to understand absolutely everything about our universe. We'll never be able to come to a base bedrock foundation of reality. And that's just due to the limitations that were proposed by Kurt Gödel back in the 1930s,
Sure.
I believe.
But I've
Yeah.
heard a little bit
So
about it, but also like, I don't think we have to in order to like know some things or like or have experienced joy in the universe or something like that, you know?
yeah. So what it's for is to have a connection, even though this thing is inconceivable. This perfect knowledge, this all powerful, all encompassing, transcendental being, even though it's inconceivable, we can still have a connection to it. And we know that that thing is there. We know that there is some kind of bedrock to reality. We just have no way to access it.
But why does it have to exist outside of nature? Like, why can't it be part of nature? Like, I feel like if Lao Tzu was here when the Higgs boson was theorized and discovered, he might have been like, that was it, that's what I was talking about. Like, that permeates all of existence. That is the interconnectivity of the universe. The Higgs field touches you, and it touches the beginning of time. Like, it is the thing that is everywhere. So like, that field is it. Like, I feel like we don't need to add an extra layer of outside of space, time, and nature, because that's really confusing and hard to think about and probably not real.
Yeah, so well, we do know that space and time do have a beginning, as far as expansion theory goes.
I don't think
We
that
agree
is
on
true.
that.
I would disagree with that, and I think a lot of people would as well.
Okay.
The expansion
So
theory just explains that it used to be smaller and now it's bigger. It doesn't mean that
right.
space started at that time. It doesn't mean that time started at that time. In fact, I've recently converted to the idea that time, space, energy, and matter are all eternal. They all go back infinitely and will go forward infinitely.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that theory too. But right now, the currently accepted model, when as we look further and further back in time, there eventually becomes a point where all of the mass touches one another. They become infinitely dense, and they create a singularity. And at that point in time, all of our models of space and time break down. So there was something before then that is transcendental to all of our
Yeah, but
models of space
before
and time.
means time.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's hard to conceptually say. So it's like going further north from the North Pole. You can't really do it, which means that for that action to have occurred, that first quantum wave, for that thing to have occurred, there would have been something outside of the bounds of time and space that would have been pushing that thing forward. Now, I'm not claiming to know what that thing is, or to claim that it is Yahweh or Brahma or anything like that. All I'm saying is that that thing which is incomprehensible, that is unattainable to us, we can still, the fact that we're even able to conceptualize it is proof that there is something special within us that gives us a connection to it.
Look, I mean, like it's a big maybe. There isn't like there are enough holes in it now to be like, yeah, we don't know really, right? Like it's kind of oh, are we getting like a cyber raid? Is that what he says? Cyber says get a Bible. Is that what that means? Hey cyber, welcome in. Thanks for being here with all of your friends. I saw that at first and I was like, why does it do that? I didn't know he did that. Sorry, I think we're getting like a group of people in here. Yeah, so like just like you, because it's sort of guesswork, you're not getting there via rationalization. It feels like you are a little bit, but at some point it's like, and then into the I don't know area, we think maybe that there's a being, and being is a really strong word, right? So when you were using Tao before, that's like a more difficult to kind of say, because then you're talking about just like forces. But once it's a being, that like has implications to it, I think. And maybe it's just
Wouldn't
like the way
be
I'm using the language is wrong, because once you use being, I'm starting to think of like hands, minds, thinking, like emotions and stuff like that.
right, exactly. And so any conceivable attribute besides the omnis and the alls that we can give to it falls short of a true description of it. So in doing so, you're just really not going to get anywhere. So the point that I was trying to make is just that there, like, I don't want to point at any one particular gap in our knowledge and say, yes, this is the gap where God lies. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. It's that at the very tail end, at that asymptotic curve that approaches zero, that we can't touch it. At that zero, that is the transcendental thing that we can never touch. And that is the thing that, even though we can't touch it, we can still conceive of it and have a relationship to it, whether or not it's
What
like an
kind of relationship?
anthropomorphic relationship. What?
What do you mean by a relationship to it? Just in
Well,
that it exists and we exist, or like, can you have telepathic communications with it?
no, you can't. No, I don't think you can have telepathic
Like,
communications with it.
pray, you can't pray to it, really.
Well, it is proven scientifically that if you think about something really, really hard before you go to bed, then when you wake up, you will have, like, new insights are gained post prayer sleep all the time. And
Do you think those
that's
insights come from the interconnective being that it exists outside of time and nature that started the universe?
I think it comes from a culmination of external forces that we have no control over.
External of the universe or external of you?
No, yeah, external of you. Like, stuff comes into
Yeah,
you
but
that you're
you still
subconscious
have
of.
like all of space, time, and nature that could be doing that. Then, like, yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, it just seems like you're adding this extra layer when we have a perfectly good explanation that doesn't have that layer. And so, like, I don't know why you would want to add a supernatural layer to what is an otherwise good explanation.
Well, it's like it because think about what supernatural means. It means it literally supersedes nature, right? At that asymptotic curve of zero, the bedrock foundation that exists but we can't get to, that thing,
But like, you're
it's not
presupposing
gonna
it
matter.
exists. It just might not.
Right, yeah, but then you have to make the presupposition that science would be able to answer all of the questions that we have.
No, I don't think so. Like, just just because that doesn't exist, there's still going to be some stuff that, like, science isn't the perfect method, right? It's a pretty good method. It's the best method
It's the
we've
best,
come up with
yeah,
so far. There might be something
right.
better later, right? But like, that doesn't mean that we have to know every single, like, we have to be omniscient in order, you know what I mean? In order for it to be the
No,
case
that's
that
not
it's
what I
not a
mean by
thing.
that. Yeah, no, what I mean by that is that not that we can know everything, is that we can't, how do I put it? Like with Gödel's incompleteness theorem, a theory cannot justify itself. It cannot justify its own existence. So, for example, in Einstein's general relativity, when he theorized space-time, he had to assume that space-time in that model existed that way in order for his calculations to make accurate predictions. And based on that assumption, those calculations and predictions ended up being correct, and that is the model that we adopted, right? But he had to assume that that thing was there in the first place.
Yeah, but there's no calculations in this. Like, because that all existed within space, time, and nature. So that makes sense to be able to do that and to like, let's see if we can make a prediction and then check it out. That's neat. It worked. I mean, like, it's fucking amazing. But then to say,
Right.
now let's make a prediction of something outside of nature, well, we can never test it. We can never know for sure. There's no experiment. There's no calculation. There's no number of equations that can be drawn up. You just are literally doing just irrational guesswork. You know what I mean? And like,
Right.
maybe
So,
it's right.
sort
Like,
of.
maybe you guessed right, but like, that's all there kind of is. You know, there's no way to
Well,
test it.
I disagree though. There are an actual rational calculations that prove that we can't have a complete and fully decidable system of logic, mathematics, science, or theory.
Oh,
Because a
that's
theory,
fine. Saying we can't have the complete thing doesn't mean that some external time being exists. Like, that's not a follow up to that.
right? I'm not saying that that means that thing, that the reason the external force of nature that exists beyond time and space and is transcendental to the laws that govern them exists is simply that I posit that the universe is not an eternal system and has a beginning, and we understand that based on our observations. So if it
Yeah,
has a
so I mean,
beginning,
that's a big point of contention. The thing about time being eternal is really convincing. I used to be like you. I was like under the impression that at the moment of the Big Bang is when time literally started, and before that it was like stopped. But that doesn't actually make sense now, like thinking back about it. And I know there's like an idea of like there's kind of different types of time. There's like the measurement of time, and then there's like sequential moment to moment time. You know, and there's like A theory and B theory and all these things, which I don't fucking understand those at all. Someone tried to explain it to me once, and I like just fell asleep. I don't care. I mean, I
right?
do care. I should know it, but I don't get it yet. Which is maybe why I don't like this doesn't make sense to me yet. Maybe I'm like, it's out of my league. I totally like, I'm happy to admit that sometimes, like, yeah, I don't get this. It's way over my head. I have no problem doing that. But the point is like these eternal time things are really convincing. And the idea that energy can't be created or destroyed is really convincing. That it was really dense, and then before it was dense, it was bigger, and then after or before